What's going on, traders? Welcome to, yes, you got it, the stock market live stream from Benzinga. We're going to be going into everything. We're going to be doing some in-depth dives. We'll talk a little bit about some gambling stocks. We're going to get into some interviews today. We got some great interviews. Then we'll be getting into get technical. We'll do some technicals. After that, you'll start seeing some biotech talk. If you like some biotech stocks, definitely stay tuned. We also got crypto today. I mean, we're going to do this all day long. So stay tuned just right here. Don't go anywhere. Let's go ahead and let's get into maybe some gambling stocks first. As you guys heard from the SCR news, Score Media and Gaming, going ahead and getting acquired by Penn here, and big day for that. I think that's caused an overall sentiment in the gambling sector, so gambling industry. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these stocks. I'm going to name off a bunch of these. I'm going to go into some of the investor presentation. I want to show you guys a little bit more deep dive into here. Smash the like if you're new to the show, or maybe you're just a loyal viewer. That's what I want to hear. Definitely hit me up in the chat. I want to see you guys talking. Let's engage. If you guys see something you want to talk about, definitely bring it up and let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, we're looking good. We're ready to knock it out and do a good job. I'm giving Spencer a little bit of a break. He deserves it. He'll be back with me in a little bit, joining me up. But let's go ahead and let's get into some of these gambling stocks that we're moving today, right? So the first things first is I always like to look at the industry, right? And so as an industry, this is gambling, right? And so we were on a kind of a downturn, and now we're really starting to push on up. What I like is that we're getting towards that 200-day moving average, which really should create some strength. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these names that you could take a look at. SCR, of course, getting a big push today, guys. Nice lift in Score Media and Gaming. I actually talked about this one because of the monthly chart. When we were coming back towards the monthly low here in the 13s and 1383, we were giving out this stock for a potential bounce back. And man, did we get a lift with this buyout, now all the way up towards 3180 today. Let's see how it traded today. It just kind of went up on the 5-minute. So definitely not a bad day there for SCR and that Score Media. Let's go into some other plays. I'm going to really quickly run through some, and then we'll go into a little bit more of an in-depth look on some of these. Smash the like. Yes. Roy knows what to do. Definitely smash that like. Support us as we're going through this. We're trying something new. If you guys enjoy it, let us know by giving us that great, ravishing like button. Let's go ahead. Let's do this. Manos de papel. Yes, I'm here doing it all. Let's go. All right, so RSI also bouncing back today. Not a bad day. I actually sold some into this move, guys. I sold some at 1080 here, selling 50 shares of RSI. So not bad because I got a little gain on that. My average is slightly below 1050s. Was able to get some out there. Now I'm going to look to see if this one can get above 11 and hold. Really, the big thing now is holding 1050, which is actually my price point, guys. So I'm in this one. I'm believing in this. And the reason why is I think seasonality is coming to play into the gambling industry. You can take a look at some other names today. GAN not having a bad day, also up about 3.87%. We're going to get a little bit more into this stock. Another one that I wanted to take a look at how did it perform today, of course, was Penn. Right? Penn bouncing up strong there, looking like it came down towards 61, but really got back up there. Now trying to get through the 70s. We'll see if it gets through the 70s here. The other major leader, of course, DraftKings. You can take a look. Strong day also. Testing these highs multiple times, this 49.50 area. Let's see now if we can get some drive here and get us up there towards that $50 whole dollar price point. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some other ones we could take a look at. Of course, Genie, I'm seeing it mentioned in the chat, up about 6%. Definitely going to keep watching this one. Guys, I'm still in this one, holding this one long-term. Not really looking to sell this one right now, but definitely will keep a watch on this. What's up, Backyard? How we doing? Sue in the house. Born. What's up? Do I like Penn, Steven? Well, I'll tell you what. I definitely like the industry. So with that being said, I'd probably be looking to diversify in a couple of these, but definitely I think in the long run, one of the things that you're going to see is which one's going to be the leader, right? Is it going to be Penn or is it going to be DraftKings? Right now, we've been seeing a battle. So there's really not one I would actually put in the forefront. Maybe Penn, you could put it beforehand, but DraftKings has been catching up with a lot of kind of the deals that they've been doing and kind of trying to innovate here. All right, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at some. I want to get a little bit in depth here and start looking at some of these stocks. So a lot of times when we're going to go ahead and do some deep dives, we're going to go ahead and pull up the kind of the investors presentation because you want to find out where they're really going and what do they really do. Right. And so one that most people don't know about that I want to keep a close eye is called Valley Corporation, guys. So this one has a lot of kind of resorts and casinos in-house, but it also has a lot of what we're going to see and I'm going to show you guys right now what they're kind of trying to build on. All right, so this is Bally, guys. I'm going to really quickly run through this, and then we're going to get into a good interview around the 11:30 hour. Let's go ahead and let's see what we got here. So Bally really, has the casinos, has a lot of kind of in-house, but really where I'm trying to really show you guys is Bally's interactive side, their sports side, and the Bally's bets. I think this is going to be a big thing for them because they've been really kind of jumping in. I mean, if you look at their last recent acquisitions, they have some big ones. You can see Blackhawk in Colorado. That's actually somewhere close by to me that I can go check out. I'm thinking about going to the casino and kind of checking out how they set it up. But definitely the COVID impact, right? And so one of the things is kind of more of a reopening trade. They have Atlantic City. They have a couple of casino properties that could do well with the reopening trade. Let's go ahead and we could take a look at their national footprint. Their footprint is pretty much all over the place. I mean, you can look at Colorado, some of these. I might actually have to go check some of these out. But they have over 13 states. They have 15,000 slot machines also. So we're not only talking about sports betting here. And that's why I think it can do well. And then it even has like a Hard Rock. So I think they have a lot of properties that in the long run are going to do well with the reopening. And then also we can get into kind of what they've really been doing, which is their Bally bets. Let me go ahead and try to get down here towards here. So they got one active sports books here. Let's move on. They just have a lot of stuff here. They got Las Vegas. Looks like the Tropicana Las Vegas property is part of them. So that I've been to that property before. Lots of slot machines there. Trying to get towards their bet. They have a long presentation here. So what we could talk about it. So pretty much what I'd talk to you guys about is that Bally's been really stepping into two different areas. They're trying to get the media side and the bet side. So one thing that you have to know is exactly Hector's talking about it now. So one thing that you have to know is how do you really get to your customer, right? And so one of the things that Bally did is that they got the Fox networks. So a lot of the times when you saw local sports teams, let's say like baseball, MLB, you were watching it on Fox Sports Network. Now, a lot of the times you're going to see that's going to be Bally Sports. It depends on where it's located, of course, the regionals. But I think this gives them access to the customer already watching the teams, right? And so with this being said, you're able to actually kind of push on that element and really try to get towards the customer, get that customer acquisition cost a little bit lower in the bets and really start bringing some people over to their platform. I think this is one that is definitely under radar. And let's go ahead and we can take a look here at the daily chart. It's been pushing off the support here from about 46 to 45 and now really starting to get stronger at 50. Had a long pullback from about March timing. And now that we're starting to really start in the uptrend, I'm going to really see if we can get above this 200-day moving average and really get some lift up. And that's Bally's, guys. So just going through one of the major sports betting plays that I like to see. CRSR, definitely we'll get into that a little bit later. I got you, Marty. I'll get into some of the big movers, but definitely that's one that I want to keep an eye out on, which is Bally. But let's go back to some of these other plays. GAN is kind of more of a thing behind the thing. You're talking about a data provider here. A lot of the times when you want to, let's say, if you wanted to start a new betting platform, one of the best places you could go towards is GAN to help you get that infrastructure set up, and then you can go ahead and see it. But as we see, we're bouncing pretty hard here off the 1525. I like that support now. As long as that can hold, it looks like it could come back up towards this high 1917s. That's where I'm kind of looking for to get up there towards that range, and then it could really get that lift. This is GAN. GAN. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one. And for that being said, we can take a look at DKNG. DKNG is really starting to come back up to this uptrend. I want to keep watching this one because when it cracked here at the 60s, it was very important when we were going to get back up here. So I think we're starting to finally get some lows. And I mean, if you wanted, you could draw kind of from this November low and draw up an uptrend here. And so you're starting to see where we're getting to. Let me delete some of these lines here. These are prior older lines, older resistance and older support here. So now that we see this, one thing I would definitely do is kind of draw a line off of these highs here that you had here. And now we can really start seeing how DraftKings is starting to come back towards that uptrend. We really want to see it get back above the moving average 200. But this is a stock that I think is definitely starting to do things the right way. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look here. I got the DraftKings presentation here. Let's go ahead and I'll run through it. This was their investor day in March. This is when they actually started doing the downturns, guys. So definitely, they were looking up really, really high at that time. And DraftKings was really what it's about, is trying to get the customer acquisition, because if they can get enough of the market, then they can keep it, right? And so one of the things that DraftKings had an advantage of was the fantasy sports. Fantasy sports have been around for a very long time. And with that being said, that actually gave DraftKings an advantage to already have the customer to go after. And I think that's what really gave them the advantage last year, and why I think this year you're also going to see them do well and going into the NFL season. We're going to be paying attention towards how DraftKings really performs. I mean, it has an implied total market value, and I think this is changing month by month, because as we keep going in legislation, we keep getting more states to go legal. And when there's more states, and when these states go legal, there's licenses to earn, and that's going to show up on the bottom line, right? And so there's a lot of kind of the market share that they're trying to go after. They have 12 states, and you compare them to the different operators. A lot of them have a lower amount of licenses, and so they're building, and they're in New Jersey. They're in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Colorado, Illinois, Tennessee, Virginia. They're in just about everywhere that they want to be. They have already got a market in there. So we're going to keep watching how DraftKings really kind of gains the share as states by states go legal. I think that's one thing you got to definitely pay attention to. And they're also trying to innovate. There've been news about them opening sports betting bars and kind of taking a different approach to trying to innovate in the sector. So I think you got to keep watching DraftKings here. It's going to be an interesting stock to watch. One of the things that they have done, and I mean, look at all the partnerships that they have. With this being said, these partnerships are what give you that visibility, that brand visibility. And with that being said, I think this is why you'll see DraftKings become the major leader and Penn start to struggle, because Penn's relying more on the barstool approach, right? DraftKings is going after these big deals, and I think these partnerships are what's going to get them towards that next level, and not relying on one kind of media provider that push that you're getting in Penn from Barstool Sports. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull down here DraftKings. We can take a look here to see where we could see the stock going. I think by the end of the year, you'll see DraftKings trading up closer towards that 60 to 65. And I'm going to be looking towards those levels as we get into seasonality in the NFL season. Would love to hear what the chat has to think about some of these gambling plays. And if you have a specific one that you like, definitely smash the like up and let us know in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and bring Spencer back.
Hey, I'm here.
What's up? What's up, man?
How we doing?
Gambling sector. We've been seeing the action definitely take a lift. Which one's your favorite, Spencer?
Well, you know me. When in doubt, defer to an ETF. So that is what I would do. Why pick one when you can pick all of them? Am I right, guys? Yes, I am.
It's bets, right? Oh, it's BETZ.
BETZ. And if you want to go like traditional brick and mortar, you can go like BGK.
Okay.
But yeah, that's those are two. Yeah, BGK is your blackjack. Get it?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. And but
I like this round hill one. I've talked to Will Hershey multiple times. We're underneath that 200-day moving average on bets. I might take some myself, Spencer. I like the idea. One of the things is you're starting to see an industry come back. I would look at those that I could see really start getting a lift from here. I mean, that 27 looks really good, like it's holding on bets. I'll take a look at this one going into kind of the seasonality that I expect coming into the next couple of months.
All right, so it's 11:26. We're gonna have our next guest on in like 3 or 4 minutes right now. The co-founder and the CEO of BeyondSpring, Dr. And I really hope I've been practicing. I hope I'm saying this right. Dr. Huang. I hope I got that right. You can correct me if I'm wrong in a few minutes. And this was the high flyer of the day yesterday. It's the number one trending stock on Benzinga Pro. We reached out. We said, hey, can we talk? They said, sure. So we're going to find out what exactly is going on here. They had a headline yesterday. We'll talk about the headline, what it means, and get some insights going forward for you. So that'll be in a couple of minutes here. Yeah, exactly, Alex. What is the deal with BYSI? Well, we're about to find out in like 2 minutes. We're going to find out what is the deal with BYSI. We have questions. They have answers.
Exactly. If you guys have questions, get them ready in the chat. We'll go ahead and ask them also.
Yeah, drop your question in the chat, and we will do our best to moderate that and ask questions as we see them if we have time. So that's the plan. We'll have BYSI on in a couple of minutes. We'll have Options Mike on at noon, and that's the plan for the next hour or so.
All right. Before we get into that interview, Spencer, I thought it'd be great to get into the top movers of the day. Just check out the movers tool here, see what we got. Let's see what we got moving. One that actually did move up today that I I should have kept my eye on it was NEGG. I was even thinking about talking about it. Starting to get a real lift up there, about 8% on the day. But let's talk about some of the top movers. Of course, you got SCR. We've been talking about that, guys. That's that Penn National deal. Really starting to get it lift. It's up 76% on the day. Big move there. And Astria still going. Look at that 15-minute chart. That thing is still pushing on up.
There was a headline at 9. They announced a launch window beginning on August 27th for their first commercial orbital launch with the United States Space Force, which I haven't heard a thing about in at least a year. But anyway, there was a headline. That was at 9. We missed it. We saw the move. We missed the headline as far as why it was up. It was up, but there you go.
Yeah, we'll keep a watch on that one. HUSN up about 31%. Looks like the company reported Q2 sales of $5.9 million, up from 1.2 million year over year. So definitely a year over year increase, a big one there. Just a sideways action day. Nothing that we're seeing it actually in the intraday market. Any other stocks standing out to you, Spencer? You want to talk about?
You mentioned Newegg is so a big mover of the day. ZY, Uber, and the Uber turnaround today is pretty wild here. This one was sold off hard overnight on its report, and it didn't just turn green; it turned green and it kept on going. We actually broke above the Tuesday after hours high as well now here, so we are above 44. In Uber, and keeping an eye on Hood and AMC. AMC tried to rip 3 times now. We tried to get above No, 4 times now we tried to get above 32.60. Couldn't quite do it. 0 for 4 today on AMC. So you got someone standing in the way there, watching that and watching Hood after what happened yesterday.
Definitely. I mean, as long as I've pointed out that 60, I feel like it holds 60 today. That's actually a good thing. Sideways day might actually help you to bring that trend back up towards the highs, especially for the people that got stuck. I know there's some people that did get stuck on that big rip out. So as long as it can hold 60 today, I won't be looking at it in a bearish sense. I'll be looking at it kind of more in a neutral sideways day. SeaWorld's not a bad day, man. I was pointing out this one a little bit early in the live trading stream. If you guys didn't catch that, definitely, guys, we have a live trading with Benzinga in the morning. Check that out, guys. We were pointing out a couple of stocks here, but SeaWorld, nice little rip there, man. 13%, 13.5%. Looks like the quarter 2 earnings were released today. Can you take a look at that?
Didn't even see it. Yeah, we'll do it real fast, and then we'll go to our guest. C's?
Of course.
I didn't even see the numbers. Yeah, they were out. Let me get estimates though. I need estimates. Go to my calendar. Benzinga Pro EPS $1.59 versus that, not comparable. Revenue 430. If you see a huge beat or huge miss, not comparable. Revenue is more comparable though. $439 million versus a $333 million estimate. So big beat on the revenue print, unless the EPS is comparable, in which case they just destroyed it. Wow, that was huge beat if it is comparable, but there may have been some adjustments there. Anyway, revenue big beat as well. So strong numbers for SeaWorld, up big today, 13%, like Mitch just said. Okay, let's bring on our first special guest of the day. I really hope I'm saying this right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Dr. John Huang. Please, did I say it right?
It is Lan Huang.
I was given bad intelligence on that. I'm sorry. Dr. Lan Huang. I was told it was a J sound. I don't know why I was told that, but I was given bad intelligence. Thank you very much for joining us, CEO, co-founder of BeyondSpring. Let's just start with this. Why don't you tell us exactly what the headline was that sort of got this whole thing started here?
So BeyondSpring, our company is focused on developing transforming cancer medicines for patients with unmet medical needs. So our lead asset is plinabulin, which is an immune agent. And yesterday, the big upside of the stock rise, probably that's what you want to talk about, is because we just unveiled positive phase 3 data on plinabulin, extending survivors of late-stage lung cancer patients, and compared to the standard care, which is the docetaxel. So the combination of plinabulin plus docetaxel actually showed survivor benefit, and in addition, also reducing the side effects, which is chemotherapy-induced neutropenia. And so all of this together give us a big, uprise. But in addition to that is, I think previously a lot of analysts and investors were underestimating the upside of plinabulin as an anti-cancer drug. And now I think the clinical evidence is proving that it is truly an immune anti-cancer agent. So that's why the surprise is also give the uptick of the stock price.
So what is next here? You mentioned that this was a phase 3 clinical trial. So next step is getting with the FDA, right?
Yes, there's a few next steps for this very important drug. And number one is with this positive phase 3 data, we plan to discuss this with FDA this year, and then plan for NDA submission first half of next year for this very important indication. But in addition, plinabulin also has another NDA indication which already filed with FDA, and it got priority review, and the PDUFA date is November 30th of this year, and that is for the prevention of chemotherapy-induced neutropenia. And beyond these two big indications, plinabulin, now showcasing as an immune anti-cancer agent, is also getting into, the multiple solid tumor indication, a fan out into other therapeutics, so which will help many patients in need. That is our hope.
One of the first things that we think about and investors think about when we see a successful trial, we see a stock pop is great. They probably need to do an offering to raise more money to do more of this stuff down the road. Do you have plans for any such offerings now that you're coming off the heels of a successful phase 3, and obviously you've seen your stock react the way it has?
Well, you will always have the shareholders' value in mind. So, it's always good to use multiple ways of financing the company, which includes not only the equity financing, but also partnership and also royalty financing. So we use a few different ways of financing the company. And in the end, is the financing and all the people who are helping us is to bring the drug to the patients in need.
So no hard plans for an offering right now?
No.
Okay. How big exactly is the market for? Well, you mentioned several use cases, but I guess the main use case here is non-small cell lung cancer. How exactly big is the market for that?
Of course, it's billions of dollars. So globally, you have 190. Like for China alone, I think for lung cancer, it's like 1 million patients a year. And globally, it's like 1.9 million patients. So you can see it's a huge market. And we are going after the second line, third line market, which probably is like 70% of that. So you can see it's billions of dollars on the market size.
And there are some questions in the chat that I see that I'm trying to get to. There's a question here about about your balance sheet. Can you speak a little bit to that and how much cash you have available?
Yes, I think from the last filing, we have 91 million in the balance sheet. So this get us to June of next year.
At which point it stands to reason you would theoretically have to do an offering or something like that.
Yeah, so we will always engage, gauge the market, and of course, this is a company decision, and always we have the shareholder value in mind.
So why do you think that the market reacted the way it did? Is it, or in your words, that they underestimated this drug? Is it that the data was that much better than expected?
Yes, I think the data is definitely really better than expected from a second line, third line point of view. So there's 3 big points to it. Number one is we met the overall survivor primary endpoint, which extending survival of patients. And secondly, all the key secondary endpoints all met, PFS, ORR. And then the secondly is the CIN reduction is also showing statistical significance. But very, very importantly, in our arm, the combination arm, actually we showed double the OS rate, overall survival rate, in the 2-year and the 3-year compared to the control arm, which is the standard care, which is the docetaxel. And very importantly, we also show over 10% patient living over 4 years, and comparing to the control arm, which is the 0%. So you can see that for the docetaxel in old days, the response rate is 5 to 10%. And now we're basically moving those patients to over 10% responding still alive at 4 years. So that's very significant and very unexpected. And that also showcased plinabulin as an immune anti-cancer drug, which give us a lot of, opening a lot of ground for future solid tumor indication development.
All right. So then that's, of course, not the only thing we have in the pipeline, right? We have some other drugs that are being developed. Can you explain to me what other kind of drugs we have here in the pipeline?
Yes, thank you. So with plinabulin, definitely we're going into multiple IO combination into 7 different cancer types with the collaboration of MD Anderson. So in addition, we also have 3 other preclinical immune agents in development. And very importantly, our subsidiary, Seed Therapeutics, has a revolutionary molecular glue or targeted protein degradation platform to develop multiple drugs for the undruggable targets. And this company recently had a collaboration with Eli Lilly, amount to almost $800 million. So actually, the TPD field won a Nobel Prize in 2004. I was very fortunate to be the person who solved the first E2, E3 ligase structure in the world 21 years ago. So I have been working in this field and for the last 20 years. So this is also the value driver for BeyondSpring as well.
Can you speak a little bit, Dr. Huang, about we talked about the size of the market, but with regards to the projected sales, should you get approval for your non-small cell lung cancer treatment?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Just with regards to the projected revenue down the line from the main drug here in the pipeline.
Oh yeah, okay. So plinabulin actually the potential sales actually come from two revenue stream. One is the positive data from this second line cell line non-small cell lung cancer. I just said it's probably in the billions of range. And then for the another indication is in the chemotherapy-induced neutropenia. And that global sales for G-CSF alone is $7 billion. And plinabulin actually adding to G-CSF compared to G-CSF alone is showing the superiority in efficacy and also in safety, such as reducing bone pain. So that's additional value for plinabulin. So according to some analyst reports, I think they were giving us to peak sales almost over $2 billion. So this is just the analyst reports, and we are just telling you what they think, but we don't have our projection yet.
What about the possibility of partnerships with other larger pharmaceuticals? Is that something that is potentially in the pipeline down the road? Or could be?
I think we always are thinking about the partnership for plinabulin because we want to find the right synergistic partner so that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. So this way we could get to the peak sales for plinabulin sooner than if we do it our own. But in addition, because now we understand plinabulin's profile as an immune anti-cancer agent, and we do need to get into multiple cancer indications in the IO combo. So with a potential large partner, then we could develop a lot more indications than we can do ourselves. So that is in the thinking as well.
And just to be clear, this is a U.S.-based company.
Yes, we are headquartered in New York City.
Okay. And the trial and all that was in the U.S.
The trial actually is global. So among the trials for lung cancer, we actually enrolled in U.S., China, and also Australia.
What is the nature of the company's ties to China, besides having trials there?
So we also have footprint in China. So we have like 40 people in China doing a lot of research, clinical studies, and also now getting commercial ready as well.
Okay. So is there anywhere else you have a footprint, or is it just China and the U.S.?
Yes, our footprint is in the U.S. and China. So altogether, globally, we have around 100 people.
Okay. Does it concern you? Do you pay attention to U.S. China geopolitical tensions? Does that concern you at all? Because we've seen it impact not so much impact your industry, but it's impacted other industries for sure. So does that concern you at all as it relates to the company?
It doesn't really affect BeyondSpring per se, because we are developing innovative cancer medicine, and if the medicine is successful, it's going to help global citizens, right, including U.S. and China, population. And our patents are filed globally in US and also in China, granted there. And very importantly, our manufacturing, the outsourcing of the manufacturing of the drug in the US, we outsource to US manufacturers. In China, we outsource to China manufacturers. So there's no worry of import or export in the future if there's any blockage there.
So we have November 30th. That's the next important day, right? That's the PDUFA date here in the U.S. Is there any other date, any other catalyst we need to know about?
Well, the November is definitely a very important day. And I think another very important day would be next year, first half of next year, for the filing of this non-small cell lung cancer indication.
Do we have a timeline of that?
We're still planning for this filing, right? We have to talk to the FDA first and then put the package together. Usually it takes 6 to 9 months to put the package together.
Okay, and actually, and here's one. I guess one more from the chat, and then we'll let you go. With regards to the trial size, I guess it was around 500 people. Can you speak a little bit about that decision? Why it wasn't larger, and that?
So the patient size, like 559 patients, that was determined from the statistical analysis, right, from the phase 2 study. So by looking at the effect size, the statistician will tell us what's the size of the study and to meet the statistical significance at the end. So this is all by calculation. So we use science to guide us.
Okay. And one more for you. What do you make of the? Obviously you don't control what your stock is doing, right? But what do you make? It went from 9 to 46 in one morning here yesterday. What do you make of that?
I think, there's a few elements I can think about. Number one is we probably prove everybody wrong on this drug with the immune benefit and also the anti-cancer benefit, right? So number two is also this second-line, third-line non-small cell lung cancer with EGFR wild-type patient is really a desert land with new therapies. So the last therapy approved the different mechanisms. So PD-1 was approved in 2015, and since then, in the last 6 years, there's no another drug which has a different mechanism has been approved, right? So it's really very, very limited options, and certainly I think this is a huge indication, and also this if our drug prove out positive in the overall survivor in this indication, it really confirms plinabulin's immune anti-cancer benefit, so it can be developed into other solid tumor indications. So the goalpost would not stop at non-small cell lung cancer. So those are the three elements which I think helped with the drive of the stock price up.
But were you surprised at all? I mean, it was a pretty stunning move, right?
Well, I think in the biotech world, it's very much binary, right? Either
okay,
you make
right.
it or you make it.
Yeah, you're right about that.
All right, I got one last one. And so what can we expect now moving forward that we have this indication? So what's the timeline moving forward?
Yeah, so this indication, the next step is the NDA filing, which would be the first half of next year. And also we're diligently working with collaborators on additional anti-cancer indication for this drug. We are working on 7 different cancer indications in the phase 1 RTT study with MD Anderson. So those are the patients who actually failed PD-1. And so those are really unmet medical needs patients. So I think in a year, we should be able to see some of the data there, and that would be very exciting to really showcase plinabulin's anti-cancer potential.
All right, Dr. Huang is the co-founder and the CEO of BeyondSpring, BYSI. You've seen it up on the screen. There's the chart. Dr. Huang, thank you so much. I know it's late. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you. Thank
All
you
right.
for the great questions.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I hope, that may have cleared some things up. It was very interesting. My biggest takeaways, no offering is what she said. No plans for an offering, no immediate plans for an offering. Obviously, she can't, dismiss that out of hand. She can't say we're not going to do one ever, because again, these companies do need to raise money at some point. That's kind of the whole point of this thing. So no offering right now. So that was a big takeaway. And again, November 30th is the PDUFA date. So we're gonna have to keep that on our radar. Thanks for all the chat was on fire with these questions. Some of them were, I can't ask about insider transactions, right? I'm not gonna ask her if she intends to sell. She's not gonna tell us, right? If she's gonna sell any stock, we'll know from the filing, if it ever comes. But a lot of your questions were spot on. You guys were super into it. So thanks.
Definitely.
Thanks to Dr. Huang, and thanks to all of you in the chat, because that was fantastic stuff. So BYSI, there you go.
Yeah, we'll see if we hold this support here. We came back on the hourly support. We'll see if it holds there. We got about 22 as being the support right now. We've come back towards that. Let's see if it holds there in that line, and if we come back and try to get a trend back up. We'll see if that happens.
Just to clarify, no, I have no positions. I personally, I'm not a big. It's like Dr. Huang just said. The biotech space is so binary. I'm not a big biotech person.
You and me both.
So I don't own any individual healthcare stocks at all. So,
but we did that for you guys out there. Since you guys were talking about the stock, that's why we got it on. We got you guys some information. So if you guys appreciated us getting into BYSI here, go ahead and smash the like BeyondSpring. I mean, another great interview. Let's go ahead and let's keep it going. What other stocks are we seeing out in the market? I know we got a great options trader coming on next. Yes, you heard me correct. Options. We'll get into some of that coming on with, of course, the one and only Options Mike. But what other things we got moving out there, Spencer?
I've got my scanner tool, and I just keeping an eye on things, right? You see my news feed's fixed. I'm keeping an eye on my gainers, keeping an eye on my losers. I'm not seeing a whole lot. It is the middle of the day. It is typically a slower part of the day. I think things tend to get quiet between the hours of 11 and 2, just in terms of the market. But yeah, I'm not seeing that much right now. Just sort of keep, we are still mostly green, right? There is way more green than there is red. There's like 2/3 of the market looks like approximately is green today. So, it's just a good day. The Qs hit a new all-time high this morning. I don't think the SPY quite got there. No, it didn't. Wait, did it actually? 4 no, SPY did not quite get there, but the Qs hit a new all-time high. So, the song remains the same. Indexes remain. Oh, no, actually, maybe not, because in this case, we do have good breadth today. Speaking of breadth, Options Mike is coming up next, is the person who taught me last week all about how to very easily view market breadth on Thinkorswim. And hopefully he can teach me something else about how to use that platform when he's on in 5 minutes.
All right, guys, I want to point out a stock that's been a huge ripper as of late. FLGC still moving on today. Had a halt early in the day, now still trending, getting above that 1250, starting to push above that 1250. Let's see if it can hold 1250s on these pullbacks and get up towards that $13 level. The stock has been massive over the last couple of days. I mean, just look at the daily chart on this stock. This stock just IPO'd, I think, right here on the 11th. So, I mean, you're talking about a monster breakout there. FLGC, it's a cannabis stock too. So, definitely, we don't have an exact reason on this, but definitely traders are trading this name.
There was a question in the chat from Cam Poster about, I think this is referring to the H.C. Wainwright analyst note from this morning, where they upgraded BYSI to buy, and they gave it a $100 price target. And the question was about that price target. This is from a sell side analyst on Wall Street whose job it is to produce research and sell that research to or give the research to their clients, right? This is a service that investment banks provide, is research that, in theory at least, is well thought out. These analysts have access to executives. They have access to investor relations teams, to models. That $100 price target from the analyst at HC Wainwright, that is based on that analyst's models, based on the size of the market, what they expect as far as when the drug will be approved, as far as the revenue that the drug could pull in. That is the
competition.
In almost all cases, these price targets are just 12-month. They're basically guesses. It's a 12-month guess. The analyst here is saying in 12 months, I think BYSI is going to be $100. That does not mean it's going to go there. This is one analyst's opinion at one firm. It's got nothing to do with it doesn't come from the company at all. It's based on that analyst's insights and opinions. And in theory, they should be informed, because this is a service that they provide to their clients, and they don't want to give out bad information to their clients. But it's if the question is about why is it 100 when the stock is at 22, this is a 12-month out prediction. That's the answer. The short answer, at least, for all price targets that you see on Wall Street. People like Mitch and I, we get asked. I get asked for price targets. I don't like to give that, because anything I give you, I'll just be pulling out of my ass. I don't have models. I don't have any of that, right? That I could just plug in and some inputs and get out some number. That's not what we do here. So if you're looking for price targets, I can give you one. I would be making it up, but I could give it to you if you really want it that bad. Okay. 11:57. Let's just bring on Options Mike. He's here. He's in the background. He's ready. He's just sitting there waiting for us. So let's get him on here.
Let's see what we saw out there today in the options world.
Options Mike says to ask the analyst. That's also a good idea, Mike. Ask the analyst.
What's up, guys?
I'm going to be nice about it, all right? I don't know this analyst. For all I know, they're very smart.
I'm just saying, everybody, I want a price target. Well, ask the analyst. Obviously, they have an idea where it's going. For us, I look at it. I play the price action. I get out when I think it's time to get out, and that's it. Make money.
I'm worried about the money, not the analysis that much.
That's it. How is everybody?
Mike, I'm going to bring up your charts here, which is looks a lot like my screen in terms of number of charts, and we got a lot going on here. So this is what you look at all day, right?
That's one of them. I have 6 monitors, 2 of them 34 inches, 427. So I have a ton of information going all over the place.
And what is that information showing you today?
It's showing me that we all should have been trading Square.
Oh my God, I know this whole
Square.
Oh my goodness.
So, it's been a great start to August, right? We are 3.5 days in. August has been great. If you ignore the indexes and forget the chop that we've had in this low volume, individual names are paying. And, today I made money on Square, not huge. I got late. I had to chase it. But if you look at that move, and, if you just open this up here on a 5-minute chart, and you can just see they came screaming for it 5 minutes after the open, took out the opening candle, and then the call buyers came in hand over fist. It was the 270s, then the 275s, then the 280s, and now they're starting to see 300s and even some 315 calls going off on this thing.
On Square?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, we're at 286. That's not that crazy.
It's not. Now the 315s are out in time, but right, I mean, just you look at this move and it just popped up. And the one thing I always tell everybody, you look at the volume. Square is already at 143% of its average daily volume. So it had volume right off the bat. It had call buying off the bat. And if you look at this on a daily chart, right, we just switch it over to a daily real quick. It'd been after that big candle on earnings day, after bad earnings, right? Pulled back for 2 days, held about 50% of the previous candle, and today it just took off. And here's your all-time high. Gotta love it. So if you're watching the options flow, that was the first giveaway. They just started hitting these calls right on the open. It was almost like with 2 minutes in, they were already hitting Square.
So a lot of times, are you looking more at the volume kind of trading on these names versus the actual action that you're seeing on the tickers?
I use both. So for me, I'm always looking. We have a little watch list over here. I'll pull this on the screen for you. This shows the, average daily volume and what the names are at on this little list I have here. And it's showing me where they're at. You can see here, Roku, 169%. No surprise, they had earnings, right? I would expect that on Roku to be a heavy volume day. But here's Square sticking out, AMD sticking out. You can see some of the names. There's not a lot of names really sticking out today on my watch list, but that tells you kind of what's going on. That makes a name like Square just stand out even more. It was quickly, very early in the day, within 10 minutes, it was already at like 12 or 15% average daily volume. That's big. That's saying that, hey, something's going on here. I should be paying attention to that name.
All right, guys, we're here with Options Mike. He's going over some of the options way and the way that he trades. Definitely smash the like button if you guys appreciate us getting into some option trading versus just staying in our, our stock world or our common stock world. You guys know how I like to trade, but hey, we want to learn about some options. I know you guys want to learn about some options, so do us a favor and smash that thumbs up.
Mike, though, on your point about AMD, though, like volume does not necessarily indicate price, because you look at like sometimes in today's case it's the opposite, right?
Well, it is, except like some of the members in my room today were coming in looking to short AMD, and they said, is yesterday an exhaustion candle? The answer was no, it wasn't. It was a similar type candle we've had each of these last 7 days, where it closed off the highs, but it closed green. But it never could get a gap down. It could never get back to the previous day's close. This is the first day it's done that. It was different. So a bunch of them shorted it through this gap, and they made money.
Okay, so let's talk going forward here in AMD and like really reading these candles here. So we have a candle here today. It looks like we're right around at, what is that, yesterday's close? We're right around.
We're below yesterday's close. We're right at the 2 days ago's close.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. I was looking at 2 days. We're at the close from 2 days ago. Okay, so what does that tell you?
It tells me that this is finally, we have a little bit of exhaustion in a name that had just ran way too far, too hot, too long. Nothing wrong with AMD. I mean, if you open up this chart, what we've known about AMD is this thing's been range bound for a year. Plus, it's been stuck. So finally it broke out. It took out the all-time high. It took out 100. That was huge, first off, right? I mean, this thing, 100, this was like, no, I don't want to get near 100. Every time I get close, it used to pull right back off of it within pennies. So then you get day 1. Day 2, day 3. At this point, for me, I'm very tentative about trading a name after 3 big days like that. But what it kept doing here for people who want to trade it dipped every day, gave an entrance, took back the previous day's high and gave entrances right there as it went green. And here it's saying, okay, I've run too much, I'm tired. The question is it a short here? Maybe. It could also just sit here and go sideways for 3 or 4 sessions and work off this big overbought kind of conditions that's built up here, right? So the 8-day here, down here at 107, still way above it. So maybe it's just waiting for the 8-day to catch up. Maybe it starts to create a little flag here around the 112 area or 110. To me, I don't want to just short the strongest names out there just because they're having a weak day.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. And the one thing I am seeing on the 5-minute is that we did get from pretty much overbought right down towards oversold and with this dip. So I kind of agree with you, Option Mike, that it was just way too extended. A little small pullback doesn't really mean that the trend has changed, but definitely filled that little gap there. And some shorts definitely attacked it today.
Yeah. And, we've seen this a lot. For me today, today was tough. The market, we have non-farm payroll tomorrow, and the market's decided, hey, I'm going to run today. Okay. Not sure why. I figured today would be an inside day, would chop around, but nope. Yeah. They suddenly decided, let's wake everything up and move it. And honestly, I was looking for NVIDIA to take out that all-time high today. And while I did make some nice quick money on the open on NVIDIA in and out of it very quickly, you can see here on the 5-minute candle, it just failed. Here's your opening 5-minute candle, and it pushed above and yanked back. And at that point, it came all the way down. The setup just didn't work. Now it's pushed back up here throughout the day, but it's just not working. In other words, it's trying to, this name is just being tough right now. And sometimes some setups are working, some aren't. The semis led us the last couple of days. AMD has been smothered in call buying now for the last week plus. Today's the first day. There's not really any call buying coming in on AMD. It's been very limited. More puts.
What else is on your radar?
Right now, I'm keeping a close eye on Hood to see what these guys are going to do with it. See what exactly how they're going to.
You and me both.
Right. So Hood was very good to me this week.
It was good to Spencer also.
Right.
Yeah, I'm such a small fish though that it's
Take the percentage.
So you got news this morning, right? And it was kind of it's a two-edged sword. It was very nice of Hood, Robinhood, to come out and allow early investors to get out of their lockup and sell into this pop and make money. Basically, they're rewarding people that invested them and took a chance on them early. At the same time, it really kind of screws all of us people or all the retail investors that piled into this the last couple of days, because they're saying, well, you're not as important to us as the other people. And that's why you're seeing this little bit of weakness, because 98 million shares roughly came on the market today. It is not an offering. I keep trying to tell people this, they're getting confused. It's not an offering. These are 98 million shares that eventually were going to end up on the market anyway. They just allowed them to come on 3 or 6 months earlier than they were supposed to. Okay. So for me, I'm watching to see how this kind of trades now. You can see very tight range today compared to everything else. It's actually holding in fairly well. When you look at it on the daily candle, it's holding in, inside candle, holding in fairly well. For what it's worth, I don't think this name's done. There's a tremendous amount of volume that stayed overnight in the August 70 calls. And that tells me that there's a lot of demand sitting up here, that people want to take this out and they want to get paid. So we'll keep an eye on that. It may just need a day or two to digest before they're ready to let this run again. What you don't want it to do is get lower in this gap. If you lose and gets into this gap, this thing can flush very quickly all the way back down to the 47 area.
Yeah, that's literally the same thing I have on my chart. I'm just not that gap. As long as it can keep that gap, I agree with you. Options, Mike, is definitely, I said, a sideways day today is a good thing. It's a good thing, especially when you had all that volume that piled in yesterday, and if you get some volume, just to keep it in the same volume profile right now in the same price range. I think with just a little bit of lift, like you're saying, a lot of options trading up there in the 75s. Maybe we get on up there.
It could. The other name I've been really watching, and I traded it this week, and I've been watching Tesla because it's developing a very, very tight little flag up here on this level after this big move, right? So you got a nice 3-day move on it. It's got a lot of people don't know this. It's got a big gap that's sitting here at 724. And it's hard to see because it's from so long ago, but it's sitting here at that gap. And this gap closes all the way up here at 738. So you got a $14 move in Tesla that everybody's kind of eyeing, and I have my eye on. And it's just kind of stuck. You got a nice little flag. It's holding up fine. For me today, the 8-day is still playing catch up. So maybe it's waiting, or maybe it's just waiting for everybody to get caught off guard and go. And when they're done playing with it. But this is a name you got to keep your eye on at this point, because it's certainly waking up. And again, you can look at this. Here's your blow up, big old top up here after we had the reverse stock split, right? We came in, we ran it up some more. What's the value of this company? I don't know, but this is a name that can move. So if it moves, I want to play a part in it. And right now, it's not really seeing a lot of the option buying. Most of them come in, they're weeklies. They trade in and out every day. It's one of those things you look at, like the 750 calls yesterday, 30-something thousand of them traded them. You come in and look this morning at the open interest, what's left there, you got a couple thousand left. These are day traders who are piling in and out of it. They're trading in and out of it quickly, and they're not sitting in it. And so it's not really a lot of help.
Yeah, definitely. It's a name that Spencer owes me a slap for, so I'll let him talk about that.
Wait, before I forget though, there was a question from the chat a while ago that I wanted. We might as well call this segment, options Mike teaches us how to use Thinkorswim, because there was a question from the chat on how to get, I think it was average volume, the window you brought up with AMD. This was a while ago, and I didn't want to forget about it. So
this is a custom script that we've written here, and it's not something I could easily share out there.
Okay.
That's not something that's built into Thinkorswim.
Okay.
So I cannot do that. There is a little thing called Enigma out there, and it's let's see if I can pull it up. You can search for it on Google. Please be careful if you do that.
And I don't want you to
Enigma trades. It's very old. What it does here is it'll show you real time on there the volume a day on it. It'll look. Let me grab a chart where it has it on there. I don't have it set up on these charts, so let me just go grab a screenshot here. So it'll show up when you put it in right, looking like this down here real time. and it'll show you the average volume on the day right there, real time, and what's going on.
Oh,
But again, it is a custom little script that you have to go out there and download and put on.
Okay.
I'm using a different one for the watch list.
Okay, cool. Yeah, custom scripts. Way to go.
That's the cool thing about Thinkorswim, right?
I mean, it's Thinkorswim. It's trade. You can use it TradeStation. You can all the heavy duty retail brokers, right, will have this ability.
So I did have. I know we were talking about last time I was on last week, and our show got postponed this week. Teaching, and I wanted to teach cover calls, and there was a lot of questions coming up. So.
Ooh.
So I thought we'd do this year, and what I did is I went out there and I in my simulated account, and just so we can watch along, we'll keep these trades as we're working these over the next months or so. We'll keep these alive, and we'll see how they trade out.
Okay.
So yes, Tuesday morning I went out and I bought SoFi, and I bought SoFi because this is a name a lot of people like. Everybody's really kind of bullish on it. They're watching for it. So I bought 1,000 shares of it here, and you can see I'm up like $90. I was up $500 yesterday. I was down $1,200 yesterday morning when it opened. I wanted to buy a name that we all know is volatile and has a lot of people looking at it. A lot of people are in it and they're worried. So how I do a cover call on a name like this here is I would go out and say, okay, the first thing I want to do is I want to find out when earnings are. So I would go to my Benzinga Pro and look, and guess what? They haven't announced earnings yet. It's not listed out there. I didn't see it. Maybe you guys see it somewhere. I don't see it out there yet anywhere. They have yet to ever report earnings. So we're still waiting for their first earnings report.
I'll tell you when it is, if you care. I don't know.
I do.
What's today? So yeah, no, Thursday afternoon. Next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Yeah.
But are you sure? Because nobody else has it.
Yes, we say it's confirmed in the
Perfect.
Pro. So I can check it against their IR page, but
perfect.
Pretty confident. Yeah,
So
yes, that's confirmed.
Perfect. So it's next Thursday. So that gives us something to look at. So I own this stock at $15.96, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's important to know. So the first question you ask yourself is when you go out there is you ask yourself this: are you more concerned about a downside move, or are you more concerned about missing an upside move? How much protection do you want? The more protection you want, the closer to the money you're going to go, and there may be more out in time. The less you want, the further out you're going to go. So if you're saying earnings are next week, you see, this is why I'm not buying it yet, because the IV is not jacked yet. So it's not there yet. This is why I keep saying, because normally what happens if they had announced earnings for next week, the IV would be jacking through the roof. It would be double what it is this week, and it's actually less. So I don't think if it's confirmed, then nobody else has picked up on it yet, which is fine. That actually works. But one of the nice things about happens when you have earnings is you get a big jump in IV. And that's a great time to sell premium because you're going to take advantage of that premium decay if the trade goes against you. So for me right now, I would say I'm going to go out to August, and I can now sell these 1650 calls at 90 cents and bring in almost $1 of premium. It's a little bit less, right? And protect myself for $1 down move. If it goes up, the worst case scenario that happens now is I make $1.50 roughly on my trade. If you can live with that, I would do that. So that's what I'm going to do here. So we have the calls, right? The stocks that we're going to go out here. We're going to sell 10 of them against it, and we're going to put it out there, and we'll go out there and just take care of this. All right, and it's in there. And so now what we'll do is whenever we do our show next week, we'll track this. We'll track this and see how it's working out, and we'll start adding different trades and spreads and stuff into here. So now what happens is that money came to my account. I'm already up $5. I'm raping it in, right? It's great, fabulous dollars right there. That money's in my account, and now at this point, it's up to the move on the name. And so we'll watch it. So for me, 1650 by August. So I have 3 weeks. If SoFi closes under 1650, SoFi by August, I keep the premium, the 90 cents, and I keep the stock. If it closes over 1650, I get the stock called away at $16.50. That means I make 53 cents a share, plus I keep the 89 cents. That's not so bad.
The cover call strategy is probably I don't want to put my foot in my mouth and say like safest strategies. Safe is not the right word, but it's probably, it is consistent. It's probably one of the most consistent option strategies that I know of.
And I can always roll those calls, right? I have the option if the name starts to move and I don't want to lose it and I think it's going to go, I can buy those calls back and roll out to a higher strike, or I can buy them back at any time.
Can you speak a little more about why SoFi was such a good target for this right now?
Yeah, because this is kind of a little bit of a meme name right now. So it's got a lot of this buzz built around it, right? Everybody thinks this is, going to run. They're in the right space. They're in this electronic payment space. They have their brokerage account side, right? The trading app. And a lot of people really like this name because they're becoming very popular. So for me, there's a lot of people in it. That means that there's a lot of people looking for this to move up. And you have a lot of pressure from institutions who have yet to see earnings that want to keep this down for now. So it's a battleground until we get a bigger move, until we see it.
Why is the stock a good? What is it about the chart that makes this a good target for a cover call right now?
It's kind of just flat here heading into earnings, so you're going to get an IV boost on the earnings as it starts to go into it. It's holding support, right? You can look in here and say, I have support right around 15.
Mm-hmm. Clear as day on the monthly. Also, if you see it there. What I have a good question in the chat here being mentioned. What essentially, and you could say it's real simple, what's the difference really between selling covered calls and selling a put?
Well, when you sell a call and you're selling against the stock, you own the stock, so you have no risk. If you sell a put to open, you have the obligation to take the assignment of those shares should it close in the money, which means you better be able to hold it in your account. So if you can't hold, if you sell 10 puts, let's say you sold 10 of the 15 puts, let's go take a look at that. So if I went out and said, I want to sell the August expiration, the 15 puts, and take 52 cents in, and I sold them to open, I need to be able to make sure that if I let this close in the money, that I can take assignment of that. Also, there's a margin requirement. When you're selling calls against stock you own, there's no margin requirement. When you're selling puts, it's going to chew into your margin because you have to be able to take the stock, and they're going to charge you that margin in advance. You can get early assigned. Something you always need to be aware of. Once a put you sold goes into the money, you can get early assigned. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen.
Assignment risk is something that is easy to not think about until it's too late, and you're like, oh shoot, I
need to figure this out now.
Yeah.
Now, something else. If these calls that I sold, if they got down under 10 cents before earnings, I would buy them back at that point and maybe sell something different against it, something out in time. I don't generally let them expire at zero. I generally go buy them back and roll them around. So you don't have to let them wait for expiration day, right? You can always buy them back.
All right. I might have to take a look at how the Genie options are on this because I might have to think about doing it myself. I don't know if you've ever taken a look, options, Mike, at Genie.
No, what's Genie?
It's Genius Sports. It's a data provider for sports betting and also for the leagues. So I'm definitely more of a long-term play on this. So that's why I would probably maybe approach it here.
This one.
Dollar. Anything that's cheap. Options are tough.
Okay. All right. That's why maybe I don't trade them, right?
Well, I mean, they don't have there's almost no juice here. There's no volatility,
juice.
Right? It's hard. It's a very hard name to work with options on this. I have a general principle. If it's a couple bucks, I don't trade options. I just buy the damn stock and sit in it or take my loss or move on.
Boom. I'll take that.
Well, at 16, 16 is a little much, but at single digits, the stock is basically a call option at that point, right?
It really kind of is a call option at this point. Right. I always laugh when I see somebody buy long-term calls that is almost the same price as the stock, and I just sit there and scratch my head.
Okay, well, let's maybe go a little bit more expensive. A stock that I'm starting to see a little bit of a turnaround in. What about Penn?
So Penn today, very nice move here. Penn's gone from red to green today off of earnings. The report wasn't special. I always tell everybody it's about the call, right? And you look on the conference call this morning, it started to turn, popped up. Here it is. They made an acquisition today. So Penn's coming up into a big resistance area now. Penn, for what it's worth, way off its highs here, $142. And, finally, for the first time here above the 21-day, maybe trying to close above it in a while. And that's kind of been this big area of resistance. So how this handles is important. For me, the next logical spot for this would be the 50-day at 75. And then we'll really see. So if you like Penn and you wanted to sell some calls, I would go out, if I owned it, and I'd go out until August and give myself a couple weeks. And we said the 50-day is trading at 75, right? So I would look at the 75 calls. That means right now I can sell these, take in $2.40 a premium. If it closes over 75, I lose my stock. I get called away at 75, and I also keep the $2.40 in premium. That's not a bad deal for 3 weeks.
Okay.
Now, just remember, when you do a covered call, you don't want to sell the stock without closing the calls first. Otherwise, you are at risk. Remember,
You heard that, right, guys? I think you repeat that one option.
when you do a cover call, you do not sell the stock without closing the calls first, because then you're at risk. That's then what's called a naked call, and that means you are obligated to sell them that stock at that price, which means they will buy it for you at whatever price it currently is today, and then they will sell it back to themselves at whatever your strike price is. It's a losing deal. You need to be really careful. So you have an obligation there. So you never, ever want to be naked on calls until you really know what you're doing.
Hey, we'll definitely take a look at I'll be looking at that pen trade myself. Who knows? Maybe I might dip my toes. Give you a call options, Mike.
There you go. It's not a bad place. I mean, again, if you want to sell calls, if you want to sit in the stock and sell calls and have some upside, you still have $3 in upside in the stock if you bought it here, plus another $3.40 in the premium. That's not bad for 3 weeks.
Definitely.
Wait, just to clarify something from earlier, Mitch was asking about ticker GENI, not
GENI. Sorry,
not GNUS,
not Genius Brands.
Oh, GNI. Sorry, I've never heard this name.
No worries, you're good. It was my fault for not seeing it. I couldn't see the chart really that good.
Again, for a weird stock, not much premium out there.
Okay,
not much out there. I mean, it's also the amount of contracts that are being traded on this, right?
There's none. It's it's very, very thinly traded.
If
I really like this long term, again, there's no premium. See, there's no protection. I could go out and I could sell the 20s for September, right, and take in maybe 60 cents. To me, it's just not worth it. It's not enough protection to make it worth it for me.
Well, good to know, at least.
I am just keeping an eye on, this is a great conversation, but I am watching ticker DUOL right now, Duolingo, this thing that stock IPO'd last week, and there's a report now that the app was removed from the App Store in China. So ticker oops is right, DUOL. Duolingo, you've all probably heard of it. It's the language learning app that we've all downloaded and used for a day and then never went on it again. But you watching that right now, DUOL?
Yeah, down here. For what it's worth, I know a lot of people want to get into China names, and at some point they do become a screaming buy. Here it is going off a cliff right now on that.
Yeah.
I'm avoiding China names. To me, there's better names to play without the risk of what's going on out there right now. I know.
Well, this isn't this is a U.S. company.
Is this U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was China. Apologizes. I know nothing about this. I've never touched it, never looked at it. If their app's been pulled off the App Store, that's usually a bad thing.
Yeah, not really, not the best thing. I mean, one of the things is I think you're going to start seeing these app stores they get hit also by governments in the long run. They keep it's a monopoly on these app stores, man. We'll see how they kind of changes up, but let's take a look here at do you by any chance ever trade oil options, Mike?
I used to trade US all the time, and funny story, I got absolutely I learned a very, very powerful lesson on this last year. We all did. So we had bought USO last year. You remember we had that big whole fallout with crude and everything went negative, right, on the future contracts? Second. Took a nice bath on that one. Didn't know that, everything that went on there. And since then, I haven't been trading that much. I have traded the crude futures a couple times. For what it's worth, to me, crude here is kind of just drifting downwards. One of the things we're hearing here is China, the coronavirus is getting out of control there. I don't know. We don't know how much truth there is or not behind that, but demand from China is softening. That has the crude market a little bit concerned.
All right. One last play from you. Well, what kind of play should we take a look at least?
Let's see. We talked NVIDIA, we talked AMD, we talked Square, we talked Hood. What do we have going on? Let's talk Roku.
Roku. All these
Interesting
charts
one.
looked identical this morning, and they actually still do to an extent because Roku got punished. The earnings report was pretty good, I thought, but it got crushed after hours, and here we are back above 400.
Well, okay, the report itself was good, and there was no way that everybody always says, look at the report, is so good. Well, it's not about what they reported last quarter.
You're
Markets
right.
are forward-looking, so
right.
They don't care about you blew it out this quarter. That helps. It's what Roku said about it. They said they see big increases in expenses over the next 2 quarters, massive increases. And then they said they're seeing streaming hours slow massively.
Yes.
I am amazed that it got bought back this much here today. And it just shows you some of these, everybody buy the dip. It has to be good. Now, we talked about this morning in the room, and I said, I didn't trade it today. So first thing I want to say that some people did. I said, if it's any good today, you can buy it off this 387.70 area, and that it could push to the 50-day. That would be the easy trade if it wants to go up. Well, there you go. Right above it, took it up to the 50-day, filled a lot of that gap. For me, I don't know why they're buying it back. I don't know why they're buying Etsy back.
Because it's a buy everything kind of day.
I don't understand. That report was trash, but we're buying it back. So, okay, we're buying all this stuff back. This market is just buying all weakness. So if you like these names, I wouldn't buy and add to them here today. I would see how they open tomorrow, maybe even on Monday, and see where they go from there. Give them a couple of days to clear out and see what they really want to
do. You don't got to be the person coming on day one. Is the bottom line here? Because all these reports, Roku, Uber,
yep,
they're Etsy. Someone just asked about Etsy in chat, right? I can't type. ETSY. They all said the same thing. Look, we cannot possibly keep up with the growth of the last year and a half. It's not going to happen for us.
And they're seeing significant slowing.
Right. And the charts look identical today, right? Look at that Etsy chart. Same thing as Roku.
Yep. Well, even Facebook came out and warned. They said we are going to see significant slowing in the next 2 quarters, and they're buying it right back. Mm-hmm. So at some point this will matter, right? At some point this comes on, and this will matter in the market, and so you just have to wait until then. I'll trade them. I'll get in out of them, but yeah, I'm not interested in buying most of these names up here. So we'll see what happens. But there's plenty of things to trade right now. That's the one thing about this market this week. It's giving lots of trades. I've had a big week, lots of names. And if you avoid the noise and you avoid what's going on the indexes, there's nothing to see here. QQQ's all-time highs. IWM today just raging on a raging candle here. This thing's been asleep forever. And the SPY, not quite ready for all-time highs, but not doing anything to worry about. And markets are fine. We'll see what non-farm payroll brings tomorrow.
All right, Options Mike, we're going to wrap it up here. How can people find you?
You can catch me on Twitter at Options Mike. I'm always on there all the time. And you can catch me at my website, smartoptiontrading.com, if you want to come and join us. So appreciate it. Love being with you guys. And we'll do this again next week.
Thank you for the education, man.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Night, guys. Bye, guys.
All right. It is 10:28. What are we watching here? Like I mentioned, I'm watching I was watching Duolingo. And it bounced for a second here. We're going to have our next guest on in like a minute and a half, Glenn Sanford, CEO of EXP. We're going to talk about real estate, guys. All right. They had earnings.
Not a bad thing to talk about right now.
They had earnings yesterday after the close. I'm sorry, yesterday morning. And we'll talk about the quarter, but we'll talk about forward-looking stuff, which is always more important than backward-looking stuff. I have some questions for Glenn, so that'll be at 12:30. Let us know what you think. How are we doing? Right, we haven't done one of these all-day streams in quite some time. It's been probably like 4 or 5 months since we've done like an all-day stream like this. So let us know how we're doing. Drop us a like or dislike if you really hate us. That's fine too. But
definitely also let us know if you got a stock you guys haven't heard about that we should be talking about, and we'll definitely go ahead and cover it.
We'll do our best. All right, it's 12:30. Let's get Glenn on. Let's bring him. We got a steady stream of guests coming through the doors today. We'll have Glenn. We'll have Neil at 1. We'll have crypto, more stuff. But let's talk real estate here with Glenn Sanford, the CEO of EXP World Holdings. Glenn, how we doing?
Good, Spencer. Hey, Mitch.
How
How
we
we doing
doing?
today?
Welcome to the show.
Good.
Let's talk about this report. So we'll start with the numbers this was out yesterday morning. The numbers blew it away. EPS 24 cents versus a 9-cent estimate. Sales also beat call it an even $100 million, just to round up a little bit. What went into last quarter's success?
Yeah, so certainly the housing market definitely helped us. We've grown dramatically as a company. We've added since last year. We increased our agent base 85% thereabouts year over year. But the housing market, our agents are just more productive. Housing prices in general were really solid, and we've expanded internationally, so we've got a little bit of additional momentum there. One thing to note, which is just something to be aware of, is our earnings were higher than normal because there was some accounting treatment where some losses that had been taken years ago had to get actually accounted for in our financials. So just something to note that when you sort of look at it, when you back that out, it wasn't as dramatic an increase in earnings as you would see. And I mentioned that mainly because next year, you compare apples to apples.
I love it. You're pouring a little cold water today to make it easier for you tomorrow. But wait, I do have a question though for you, Glenn. And please be honest with me. Is there such a thing as too many real estate agents? Because the bar, you know what I mean? Because the bar to entry is not as high as many other. A lot of people take it on and get their real estate license, a second job. You said you had tremendous growth on the platform. I imagine you've seen tremendous growth in the last year and a half. I don't know how many of those agents are successful and do this long term, but is there such a thing as too many?
Well, in theory, it is relatively easy to get your real estate license. It's 60 to 90 hours of coursework. You have to pass an exam. Not everybody passes it the first time. Actually, a lot of people don't pass it. So
yeah,
that weeds out. Does have high turnover. Agents that do get their license, 85% of them don't make it to their first renewal. So if you're working with an agent, in some respects, it's better to make sure they've been in the business for 3 or 4 years if you're going to use them, because they've had to pay their fees, they've had to do the education, they've had to put a lot of money in just to be an agent. But there is this continual turnover at the bottom, especially of new agents getting the business, finding out that they weren't really cut out for this type of sales or sales in general, and then they sort of churn out.
Yeah, and I don't mean too many in terms of the market, or how many the market can fit. I just mean too many in terms of like how many, actually can make it. Right.
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, there's a finite number of homes sold every year.
Sure.
The top 10% of agents, sell 80% of the properties that are out there. So
sure.
you've got some agents that are doing really, really well, but there's 1.6 million realtors in this country. We've got about 3 to 4% of them actually at EXP, which is pretty phenomenal. But we say realtors because there's actually over 2 million licensed agents, and it costs more money to be part of NAR, and so that's actually part of our weeding process to make sure that we have agents that actually want to be professional, are willing to make the additional investment, and that sort of just upgrades the agents that are on our platform.
Something else we should probably mention is you declared your first dividend.
We did.
Well, talk about that. Why?
Yeah, so one thing is we're very agent centric. So all of our agents become shareholders. We've been doing that since 2014 when we introduced our agent ownership initiatives. We became profitable, I think, starting Q4 of 2019, and we've been consistently profitable since. And because of the value proposition of agent ownership, the dividend makes the shares even that much more attractive. They don't have to sell the shares to get income from the equity that they've received. So this just kind of creates a way for them to receive shares, and then eventually, over time, in theory, we should be, increasing that dividend, and they should, that can become another stream of income. So we really pride ourselves on the number of agents that are shareholders that, have held the stock for a long time. And this is just another way of giving back to them. And then also differentiating between all the other real estate brokerages in the marketplace. There's no other brokerage that distributes equity and then also pays dividends on that equity to the primary folks working in the field, which is the agents and brokers that are listing and selling homes.
So, Glenn, we were just talking before you hopped on about all these companies that had just massive tailwinds, right, due to the pandemic, and how they're all basically saying the same thing. Like, look, it was a great year and a half for us, but we can't possibly keep this growth rate up coming out of the pandemic, right? When everything is reopened and people are more or less going back to their lives. Can you speak a little bit about what the growth rate has been, not year over year, but quarter over quarter this year?
Yeah, well, I mean, last year, Q2 was the worst quarter in real estate.
Sure.
So we're comparing two quarters that are, highly differentiated based on the beginning of the pandemic when there was a lockdown to, Q2 this year when everybody's buying homes, interest rates are at historic lows. So that created a big contrast in the numbers. But, once you sort of normalize that, for us, we really just look at the fact that, do we provide a differentiated value proposition for agents? Is it a great place for agents to hang their license? Will they still want to join us? And if so, then, we think that there's a lot of runway over the next, 3, 4, 5 years. But quarter over quarter, I mean, we're comparing like one of the worst quarters to one of the best quarters of all time.
Well, no, I mean this year. I mean like first quarter to second quarter.
Yeah, first quarter to second quarter. I mean, first quarter was a great quarter for us too. I mean, it was a solid quarter. It didn't, first quarter last year didn't get as impacted by COVID as the second quarter. But this last, first quarter was a great quarter for us. I think we were, up 100%, in terms of revenues and all the different metrics. So we had a great first quarter, but Q2 was the one that was really the anomalous one.
Sure, but I guess in terms of like snapback though, is it within what you had expected? Was it stronger than you went stronger more the other way than you expected?
Well, we were a little stronger
Yeah.
because of the robust housing market. The housing market has just been on fire. Q2 was, there was crazy amounts of bidding going on properties. Interest rates, obviously we've got, sale prices being up, 20, 30% in different places around the country. So, as a result, revenues are just, they just had a lot of really positive tailwinds that just made Q2 a great quarter.
Something else is interesting is you're not just in the U.S. Obviously, you've got your operations, you got presence. You're in South America, you're in Australia, you're in Europe. I've been reading a lot about the robust housing market in the U.S. in the last year, right? But I can't say that I've read as much about what it's like overseas. So what is it like overseas?
Yeah, so overseas has had a fairly similar, I don't think quite to the level that the US has had, but it's definitely been a robust housing market around the world. And I think that's because interest rates, which is the primary driver of activity, has been low around the world. And part of it is just to keep the economy sort of going during the pandemic. Some of it, there's just a lot of extra cash anyway out in the, so that, and I think that has helped the housing market. And when people could live where they wanted to live versus having to live in the big city, and sort of recognizing that might be a new way to operate, that took place all around the world.
Sure, it's an interesting dynamic because you get people like me. I mean, frankly, I'm being priced out of this market in terms of like the down payment side of things. But my parents didn't have zero interest rates, right? So maybe in the grand scheme of things, it sort of evens out. You agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, we're, in the U.S., depending on where you're at, there are still some pockets where it's fairly affordable. But if you look in places like Australia, properties get pretty expensive in different parts of the world where a lot of people in Australia, they rent, but then they own or co-own rental properties. And so they own real estate in a different way than in the U.S. So I almost think that, over time, that might actually be one of the trends that we continue to see, is that we'll see a lot more, renting and then ownership of rental properties as being a path.
I'm glad you mentioned renting. Gotta ask you about the eviction moratorium that just I guess got extended yesterday. Yeah, to October. What do you make of that?
Well, I think there should be a different way to solve for this than just going, you don't get evicted from your property for not paying rent. The reality is there's a lot of people who do have the ability to pay, maybe taking advantage of the situation, and so there should be some penalty for those folks, taking advantage of just the fact that they, don't have to pay rent for whatever reason. They can just make a claim. So I'm not. I think it went sense. I think now it doesn't make sense. I think there's some reasons. I think what Harvard professor sort of opine on it. So as a result, they extended the moratorium. But for all intents and purposes, I think that it's not really helpful. But I don't know that it's going to really hurt us either. It's going to be a pain to landlords because they're not collecting rents, and that could be more impactful for them than it is for the people who might have to move.
You almost think it's something we need to just like rip off the Band-Aid, right, and deal with whatever comes, right? But
well, I think we should definitely have a way for people who've definitely been hurt by the pandemic to get some help, but by just letting them live in a house in perpetuity, that's not really a great way to go either.
Sure. And then just before I let you go here, I want to get your comments on the commercial space. And we've been talking this whole time about residential, but with regards to commercial real estate, what are you seeing there as far as comeback trends?
Yeah, so we do have a commercial division. It's still fairly small, so we're not really up on the trends to the extent that others are. But I think what we're still seeing is, as long as the pandemic creates what's going on, it's going to be a pressure on commercial. If it's not being fully utilized, and people are looking at virtual ways to run their companies, I think it does impact commercial. And so that's sort of my thoughts on it.
Okay, we'll do one more here. This one's from the chat. This is from NCal, and he's asking for your comment on a so-called real estate bubble. So-called real estate bubble.
Yeah. So a bubble exists if there aren't the ability for enough buyers to sort of absorb the inventory.
Right.
And so as a result, I sort of think about it as interest rates are the biggest single determinant of a real estate bubble. If interest rates went to 4%, we're in a bubble. If interest rates go to 1%, we're not in a bubble. So that's the way I kind of think about it. So I think about the idea that this is a very interest rate sensitive market, and I think interest rates are going to stay low for a long time.
Glenn Sanford. Well, actually, wait. How long?
How long interest rates will stay low?
Yeah.
I tend to think that the national debt is so large that there's significant interest in keeping debt rates or the interest rates low, because otherwise we get in a world of hurt just as a country. So I think there's a definite need to keep interest rates low for a long time.
Glenn Sanford, CEO of EXP World Holdings. Chart up on the screen, ticker up on the screen, EXPI. Glenn, a pleasure to talk to you. Good quarter. Congrats. We'll have you back on again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Spencer.
All right. 12:43, everyone. We are making our merry way through this trading session. Yeah, this is the longest I've been on in a while. Let's see. I've been on since 8 a.m. with a couple of 10-minute breaks sprinkled throughout. So having some fun, right? Having some fun. Mitch is still here with me in the background. Neil Hamilton will be on in 15 minutes to do his thing. We'll have crypto with Catherine Ross at 2, BioTech Buzz at 2:30. Nothing's going to change on that front. We're just going to bring all of them onto our stream and do it all together. That's the plan for the day. So I did take my eye off of the scanner while I was talking to Glenn. So what I miss in the last few minutes? Did I miss any headlines? I saw people were talking about EXP in the chat. Do I see any crazy headlines? CNBC reports Amazon held Nautilus shares at the end of the second quarter. Okay, that's interesting. There was a headline that I saw hours ago and didn't mention. But I was watching. I thought maybe it could impact the EV stocks because Biden came out and said that he was gonna mandate. What was the hell? It was hours ago. Somebody help me out on the Joe Biden EV car headline from like 4 hours ago. They're going to mandate all cars have zero emissions by 2050. I'm sure I'm butchering the headline, but that was the gist of it. And it was out at like 9:30. So I thought maybe it would move EV stocks, but then I looked and it wasn't. And so I sort of forgot all about it. Thank you. Mandate by 2030. I knew I was butchering that headline. That was hours ago. Can't remember what I had for breakfast, let alone random headlines that I read.
I always get told if I could release a stock from the vault. I've been seeing that in the chat, so I'll release a stock from the vault here. PTRA, with that news that you have, I'm going to be looking to see if it finds a bottom here and really starts getting back towards the uptrend that it had. This one really did take a hard downturn, but we're talking about electric buses, and I think this is definitely something you're going to see get quickly picked up. I think even quicker than that kind of date that you're giving there. I think in the long run, I mean, we all know how these buses kind of work, and I think this is the first thing that you'll see get done first before you see all the cars change over. Public transportation.
Wait. What is PTRA? What is the company?
Proterra.
And it's electric buses, like city buses.
Well, like school buses. Okay. So you're talking. I think it would be classified class 6 or class 7.
Okay.
But maybe someone in the chat can correct me on the class there. But definitely something to watch. It was one of the most rumored stocks with Joe Biden. Just to give you guys that kind of information background, he has been to the actual manufacturing plant, so I think this is definitely one you keep an eye on.
Yeah, well, actually, you know what? That's a sell signal. Trump was all aboard of the Lordstown train. That's signal. So you tell me Biden's at the PTRA plant? That's a sell signal to me.
That's a sell signal.
Oh yeah.
Hey, who knows? But he's still president, right?
Politicians get involved. I'm selling. The new
rule. He did that at the end of his run.
That's true.
Biden's doing it at the beginning.
All right. Maybe you're right. Maybe
you're
right.
A little bit more bullish, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Anyway, keeping an eye on my pro here. Keeping an eye on the chat. See what you all are holding. See what you all are trading. We're sort of at that quiet time of the day, right? Where there's not a lot going on. Hey, Duolingo, is it still making moves? Oh, it is coming by the dip. BTFD. You want a BTFD and DUOL right now? Here we go. 1 minute chart. BTFD is happening. Why? Let's see why. Do we have a level? Why did it bounce where it bounced? What was that low? 137. We'll call it even. 137 even. If I had a volume shelf, I should wait for Neil on that to see why that price matters. Anyway, BTFD and DUOL.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think they matter too much when they're IPOs, but it's just because you don't really have that much to go off of. But we'll see if it kind of holds.
Yeah, Daryl or Darrell. Look what happened to Workhorse. Yeah, it's the same thing, man. I'm jury's out on all these guys. Wait, it's all, as much as it's a cliche to say, they're all show me. I hate that saying. I'm saying it. They're all show me stocks, right? They got to show me you can do something.
That's what it's always been about, though, right?
No, not always. Not last year. Not at all. Right?
Show me what you could do. Was last year? And this year has shown me what you
there
are
was
going to
a
do.
time. There was a time when these things were going up on every single press release. It didn't even matter what the press release said. It was like, oh my god, it's news, it's bullish, we're gonna buy it. You know, those days are obviously, you know, they've been over all year, but they're all loop them all together. There's going to end up being a winner. There's like what, a dozen of these players more. There's going to end up being a winner, but I know that I'm not going to be able to pick that. So if you think you can pick the winner between Workhorse and whatever one Mitch mentioned, PB something, or Fisker, or Lucid, or Nikola, or Lordstown, or any of the other EV plays, there's like 20, right? If you think you can pick the winner, great. More power to you. I can't.
Power to me.
Power to you. Okay. Power to you. That's it.
Let's go ahead. Let's look a little bit here. I want to take a look at Coin. Coin having a good day. It's really not a bad look. And I wanted to watch these because it's a big thing to watch to see what's going to happen with Coin. You know, we've been getting Hood to kind of get out of that trend. I mean, Coin, we've been waiting to see when this one's really going to start rocketing up. It moved off of sympathy, I think, yesterday. I think today is showing you strength. Maybe some people changing their minds on the Hood today and jumping into Coin, but I would keep an eye on this one as it's really tried to find the bottom multiple times here underneath the 220s, all the way down towards 213, and now really starting to hold 240s really well. We'll see if it gets kind of a hold above 250s, but I really am seeing the reversal of the trend on the daily chart here.
Okay, I guess we'll do an informal poll. Drop your favorite EV stock in the chat.
Drop it.
I don't have one. So I'm just curious to see what you all say.
Come on, bro. At least just say Tesla. You don't got one?
No, honestly, I don't. No, I honestly don't.
Well, then again, I mean, are you an EV type? Are you going to have an EV by, let's say, 2025?
Yes. Okay, so here, I said this a couple of weeks ago because I only decided this like 2 or 3 weeks ago, but my next car will be an electric vehicle if all goes according to plan. So I bought a car. I bought a Ford Fusion like 3 years ago, and if all goes well, I will have that car for like another like 6 or 7 years. Right? I like to get the most into my cars, and so by that point, 6 or 7 years down the road, when I'm looking for a new car, I will buy an EV. Yes.
I will say that I will not have one in 5 years. I will probably be rebuilding an engine combustible.
Okay.
Well, that's just me though. I like to hear the engine. I can't get into cars that I can't hear the engine. I don't know. The plastic pedal kind of annoys me a little bit. But hey, EV is coming. It's coming.
The one time I drove a Tesla Model 3, it like freaked me out. So it takes some getting used to. Like it had first off, it had no like door handles on the inside. Didn't know how to get out.
I don't know how to get out of here.
Yeah, the regenerative brakes was confusing. I didn't like that. The no dashboard. The whole thing is confusing. But anyway.
Hey, I'll be going to the classics while everyone's moving to the EVs.
You zig while they zag. That's right. That's right.
Let's go ahead. Let's take a look. Also, I saw, for that being mentioned, you've heard all this used car talk. I saw Vroom up today. I was looking to see if Carvana was going to make a move. But have you heard of all this super trend right now in selling used cars? Lots is starting to uptrend. I'm going to watch this one to see if it can get going. Vroom, VRRM. We'll see if that one can get moving on up. But have you heard about this trend, Spencer?
I mean, yeah, there's a Carvana, I don't know what you call it, tower vending machine near where I live. I drive by it every so often. It sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just a vending machine, a tower full of cars.
Look at this pushincars.com. That's kind of what I'm pointing out. I've been seeing a lot of talk about it. So
wait, I thought we were in a subprime auto loan bubble. And then that was all before COVID, but is that still going on? Are we still in a subprime auto loan bubble?
I have no idea what's going on with this, but I definitely want to start paying attention towards this trade because, I mean, you know how I love hearing the stories. right now there's definitely a story in the used car and new car business. I mean, we also heard about car parts jumping up. I know Luke's trading that one. So we'll hear a little bit more about that one as we hear. I think they'll be on actually tomorrow. I'm going to double confirm that, but
Oh wait, I think you're right actually.
I think I'm right on that.
Yeah,
one.
you're right. 12:30 PowerHour.
Hey, giving a little preview. Ford.
There we go.
Show up tomorrow, guys. We'll talk a little bit more about these cars. All right, Spencer, let's go ahead. We're going to be getting into Get Technical. If you guys got a stock you guys want us to take a look at before we get to Get Technical, or maybe some news that you haven't found and you want to check to see if we got something in Benzinga Pro, go ahead and put that in the chat. That's what we're here for, guys. We're here to give you guys the mid-market updates. We're here to bring you guys awesome interviews. And at the same time, go through the market movers, find what you guys need. If you guys need a catalyst, we'll look it up and we'll check out Benzinga Pro.
Okay, I do want to do another crypto update because we're trying to do 3 of these things a day. So let's
do it.
I'm not sharing my screen. Let's share my screen and take a look. I said watch Ethereum. It did stop. What's going on? It did stop going up for the moment. Ethereum's finally stopped ripping, but it was ripping for a little while there. A couple hours ago, again into the update, the ETH 2.0 update thing. So anyway, 2.67% is our gain today in Ethereum. Bitcoin has flipped from red to green. You like to see it. Doge still in the red. So still a solid mix of red and green today. I never went and bought more Bitcoin and Ethereum. I feel like I feel like I screwed up. I should have. I talked about it. I thought about it. I didn't do it. I should just dollar cost average, but I haven't. And I feel like I missed. There was a great buying op a couple weeks ago in both of these things, and I felt like I sort of missed the boat on that. So anyway, we are still in the green for Ethereum, and we have turned green in Bitcoin. Do you want to mention that we are doing these crypto updates 3 times a day, and they're brought to you by Voyager. The link is in description. Get a free $50 in Bitcoin when you use the code ZING, Z-I-N-G, on Voyager, and then you deposit $100 and make your first trade. You'll get $50 in free Bitcoin when you do all that. With over 60 assets to choose from and annual yield earnings of up to 12%, Voyager is your launch pad into the world of crypto. There we go, up on the screen. Boom. Check it out.
Boom. I love that. I love that. It's like a sports betting promo, but for investing.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay. Where is Mr. Neil Hamilton?
It's probably getting weird somewhere in the back.
He may be getting weird in the back a little bit.
My man getting ready.
My bad, Mitch. I didn't realize you were trying to ask a question.
No worries.
I didn't see your messages until like way after the fact.
Spencer was into that interview. Let's just.
Just if you have a question, just interrupt me.
I don't want to interrupt too much, guys. We want to enjoy the interview. It's all good. I mean, you asked some great questions. I'm not mad. You literally hit one of my questions, anyways.
Oh, that's good.
Which was the international one. I was looking at. I know they were in 6 countries, so I was wondering how. United States, we kind of know more of the environment, but don't know the environment, let's say in Brazil. I wonder how that real estate business is doing. I don't know.
No, according
to
Glenn, it's hot everywhere, I guess.
Hey, it's hot everywhere then, I guess.
My dream of buying a home. Wait, you just bought a house, right?
Well, no, I'm renting, and there's a reason why.
Wait a minute. You went through I thought you bought a house.
Well, I'm renting a house. The reason why was that when I looked at the prices, I was going to pay 20 to 30% premiums here. Yeah. So 20 to 30% premium to me just doesn't make sense, because what you're pretty much trying to tell yourself is that you want to get yourself in a hole to start with. I personally don't like that, because if you get a valuation on just like a business, let's look at it like if we were a SPAC, right? Okay. If we were a SPAC board trying to buy a company, if the company was valued, let's say $5 million last year, and then we're taking a look at it now and it's valued at $10 million, that's dangerous business to get into, right, Spencer?
Yes, it's a hard pill to swallow. just the sticker price sticker shock is real, right? It my favorite sadistic game is to just go on Zillow and look at all the houses I'll never be able to buy in my area. So
well, don't say never, man. Never say never. Would you?
It's true.
I see you trading hood. I see you trading hood. You never know.
Make a few more of those Robin Hood trades. Make $10 on it, and I could be out of here in a little while. That's true. That's definitely true.
You know what's interesting is the real estate industry overall hasn't really done that bad. I mean, when you think about it, I mean,
it's been
2020.
Great.
I mean,
the sector's been good.
Yeah, the sector itself has been good. And one of the things I love about when we talk about REITs is that a lot of them are going to give you those dividends and an ability to make some money, even though you're going after something with less volatile names, right? So I think this was a good lesson on kind of learning that, hey, you don't always have to go for the high volatile names to make money. I mean, real estate REITs here would have been a hell of a shot to take in the 2020 time.
Canopy Growth just spiked. CGC. Yeah.
Put up that chart for us.
Oh, okay.
All right. What's going on? I might have to go do some reconnaissance. Go get Neil.
CGC just spiked. I don't know why. They report tomorrow.
Ooh. Any other spikes? Maybe TLRY? Jumping on it with it?
I don't know.
I'll keep an eye. You know how I like my laggard moves. Yep. There it is.
ECB, a little green candle, a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. Right there at 12:59, it started also jumping on TLRY. So we'll take a look at this. Maybe we take a little bit of a trade here on a breakout look while we wait for Mr.
Wait, no, he was here and then he left. Just ask him where he went.
Did he take another plant for hostage?
I don't
know. Go steal your neighbor's plant, Neil. I see you, bro.
So
we know that plant was his own.
So we had CGC. We have Torrey. Nah, not really. Only CGC pops up in my scanner.
I mean, that's the biggest pop for sure.
Yeah.
Is there any news based on this? Is this
I don't see anything. Interestingly enough, Astra has given a lot of it back. Surprise, surprise. Oh, there's Neil.
Surprise.
There's Neil. All right, cool. Let's pivot off of Mitch and I. And
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, see you, Mitch. Let's pivot to Neil Hamilton. Let's get the get technical branding up on the screen. And what's going on? I think Neil's ready. He's lurking. Actually, I do have a bone to pick with Neil, but I don't want to do it on the stream.
What is it?
Oh, you want to do it on the stream? Why do you start your webinar streams like an hour early?
It gets the people pumped up.
An hour? Is that necessary?
You ever been to a concert?
Yeah, show up right as they're starting. It's great.
Right as the main act, you don't go there for the
openers? Literally, I time it.
That's Spencer. I don't know why I asked. I stepped right into that. I should have known that you timed that perfectly. Got to avoid the crowds. Do you leave early to avoid the traffic when it ends?
When they're going off the stage, I'm heading to my car.
Everyone's saying encore. You're pushing your way through the crowd.
Yeah. That's right. That's exactly right. All right, Neil, what are we talking about today?
Mostly stocks.
Oh, okay. That's Bitcoin though.
Don't look at that.
Okay. All right. Have fun. All right, guys. Drop a like for Neil.
Drop a like, please. How we doing? We feeling good? That's right. You guys know if you want Spice Girls, you got to work for it, all right? The rules of this show are we get to 100 likes. 100 likes before the show ends, you get Spice Girls. If we don't, ain't no Spice Girls for you. What's going on with Bitcoin? Oh, I started the show. Yeah, I forgot we were doing everything. Chris, I'll give one right for you. I forgot we were doing the full thing. All right, so if we get to 339 likes, that's your number, 339 likes, and you get the Spice Girls. Guys, the Spice Girls will show up if we get to 339 likes. All right. You want that reunion? I'm talking peak Spice Girls. I'm talking when Ginger Spice was wearing the Union Jack dress. Spice World was on top of the world, the #1 best-selling VHS at Blockbuster. I will bring that to you. I can give that to you. Benzinga can bring that to you. If we get to 339 likes, all right? And a couple of these in the chat, I think we'll grease the wheels, all right? Let's grease those wheels up, all right? I'm just looking at Vaseline. Looking at Vaseline. I was still thinking about greasing the wheels up. I'm just looking at get Vaseline prices. I'm just looking at Bitcoin right now, and I'm wondering, guys, should I buy more? Give me a 1 in chat if you think it's time for a markup phase on good old Bitcoin. Thank you. That notoriously Randy samples. What kind of samples are you giving out? All right. Are we at the beginning of a markup phase here for Bitcoin? Or are we gonna stay in sideways consolidation station? Not unlike AMZN, which got shot right back down into this sideways channel. You guys let me know what you think. Give me a 1 if you think it's time for markup. Give me a 2 if you think we're going sideways. Give me a 3 if you think we're going down. Where are my bears? All right, let's tally it up. Yeah, I know. They only give you 1 like per video. It's bullshit. Born to be free. Thank you. We got the ones. Captain Cappy, are you serious? Doggo2Bay says buy all the cryptos. I don't think you're serious. Would got me without Vaseline. Shelly's 1. Tubby. Most Randy down temple samples. That's right, baby. Bitcoin to 1 million. Oh, the 2s and the 3s are coming in. Oh my God. All right. Or a 4. Don't know, don't care. Mike Wisdom. Always a ray of sunshine. Happy Muhammad. Neil, I don't usually ask you to look at my stock, but could you look at MVST or BITF today? Happy, I will do it. I will say that you're abusing your moderator privileges, but we'll go ahead and kick it off. We'll make today Appreciate a Moderator Day. Hug a moderator. And Hector, you get one. Keep those things coming. All right, so Happy Muhammad. We're gonna look at MVST. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know what that is. What are you asking me about? I mean, look at how clear this is. Do you watch the show, Happy Muhammad? Why didn't you hit me up about this previously? Whoa, you didn't get your mug yet? That's a producer AB problem. That's a producer AB problem. You know the email address. I don't have to tell you. Happy. Wait, 339 is too many? No, with 339, then you get Spice Girls, all right? It's not my job to make... this isn't a charity, all right? MVST, on the 1 hour, the company is Microvast Holdings, electrical production, manufacturing, electrical product manufacturing. We are above... our principal volume shelf here in the classic unisex volleyball short double bottom. We all know why you watch. It's for those unisex volleyball shorts. Give me a 1 in the chat if any of you... Give me a 1 for watching the Olympics right now. Bad AB, exactly. Give me a 1 if you're watching the Olympics. Give me a 2 if you haven't seen a single thing. All right, Crypto Morning Show. We'll keep them around. We'll keep them around. MVST, I love this, Happy Muhammad. This is the type of stock I like to be in. But you've been watching it? I'll never understand why you use dark theme. Ember, you're a designer too. Have you seen the way I dress, Ember? It's a personal thing. Yeah, ain't nobody watching the Olympics. What's going on? I love rock climbing. I was so excited for rock climbing to be in the Olympics, but they kind of screwed it up. The way they did it is BS. And they made it like you got to wake up at 5 a.m. to watch it. Come on. Oh, cool, Act. That's good. That's a nice thing to have. Yes. Yeah, I saw some of the skating. I did see some of the skating. Very cool. Kindred Duke. I like watching the Olympics. It's just hard to watch. Like you have to have like a cable account, like subscription, in order to access it online. So anyways, guys, we're looking at this like a classic Dow theory. Sorry if there's noise in the background. There's people doing construction on my building here in Detroit, Michigan. We were looking at this like a classic Dow theory accumulation phase. We were in the oversold area right about here. This would have been the first time it should have caught your attention. I'll show you another stock that is in this phase. Guys, give me a or a 1 if you want to see another stock that is doing that may be doing something similar to MVST, which is setting up a great point of entry for an accumulation phase. It's right about here in its segment. Give me a 1 in chat if you want to find that stock, because I will show you guys for free. Actually, not for free. You have to do something in exchange, and that's give me a 1 in chat. Okay. I guess I'll do it. Hey, Miss Warsaw. Mike. Psst. Psst. No, it's not, but I can look at CPE. Steve Hutchinson. Okay, so yeah, we're getting into overboughtness territory. Let me set my RSI. My RZA is set to 10 right now. All right. So guys, RZA set to 10, not to the traditional 14. I love it. Jake W from TrendSpider came on and showed us that, and I've stuck with it. The only time I change is when I'm looking at things that are not stocks, like cryptocurrency. It's actually only cryptocurrency is when I change it. Anyways, I drew my neckline here because I see a double bottom accumulation pattern here, a double bottom reversal pattern, whatever you want to call it. And I drew my neckline here based on the meat of the trading. It's also based on this volume shelf. Now I'm going to measure the price structure based sell target. Now, using my ruler. And I'm going to go to the lowest point on my price structure, which I believe is this, which is like 787. I'm going to bring it halfway up so that the halfway line on my ruler lines up with that neckline. That's going to get me to right about here. Which, if you adjust that, look at that. God damn, that lines up real good. Look at that. You guys see this? God, technical analysis is made up witchcraft. It doesn't work. I don't know how people use it. Also, so MVST, really good. Happy Muhammad, really good ticker. Thank you for pointing this out. I wish you would have told me about it earlier because I would have bought it with you. Now I think it's not a great time to enter because it's already racing for the top. I think we wait for a pullback. Oh, we wait for a little pullback action. Nice little gap. Man, this thing met a lot of boxes are getting ticked for me right now, I gotta say. Let's stamp it. Boom, 1083. Where's it at right now? Boom, 1001. So from where it is currently, which I expect a further pullback, just based on we've got the reason I expect a pullback, guys, coming out of these, and I saw Trader Stewie on Twitter, if you guys know who that is. This is a little bit gappy, but this big gap coming out of this, when we get these big surges, you can kind of treat them like exhaustion gaps or the gaps that you get at the end of a run. Which you can already see. Like this is starting to look like it's gonna have a little corrective phase, like something like this, something like that. But the potential for where it is right now is about 7%. That's nice. But I think if you're holding right now, you can expect to maybe see a red day or two, maybe more. Cool stock, way above average volume. Lots of reasons here to get in. This is just awesome. Happy Muhammad. Everyone, give us a like. Hit the like button if you haven't. All right, just give it a chance. That's right. Tea leaves, Miss Rotsoff. Go ahead and subscribe. Don't be one of those weirdos that wears a trench coat and bare feet and walks around public places. Hit the subscribe button. And also give us a 1 in the chat for not only having the most illustrious guests on Benzinga live streaming, but also the best moderators. Happy Muhammad. It's Happy Muhammad Appreciation Day because the stock rips. All right, so the stock that is similar to this. Do we identify a lurker? Let's look at HIMS. Hear me out. Ladies and gentlemen. HIMS appears to be finding its low. And I believe in this company. I think it's going to do well on earnings. I have no real reason for that other than I see their ads all the time, and a lot of my friends use HIMS for various things. I won't go into detail, but if you know HIMS, you probably already know what they use them for. What is HIMS? It's a stock. Well, let me go back to the last one. What was it MSTV? No, MTSV? I already forgot. MBTS? I don't remember what it was. But what I'm looking for here is for this puppy to hold support. And then for us to get above average volume to enter. Because what I don't want to miss is when there is a little surge up here. Probably something like this. Right about where this gap starts. Probably a sell-off. And one of these. You know? Unisex volleyball shorts. MBST, thank you, MBST. Yeah, see? We could be right here with him. So I'm not saying that we are. I'm saying this is where I want to see it. That was the lowest low ever for MBST. And that's what you want to buy a stock on that strong support or on a support. So you can ride it up. I'm watching that one. Full disclosure, this was a Luke Jacoby pick like a long time ago.
Like up there at the top.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Luke Jacoby called this one. right here.
Yeah.
He says
it can't go any further. It can't go any further down, right?
exactly. Yeah. At any rate, I'm watching that one for the continuation of the classic booty cheek. Joe, thank you. Okay, you guys want to? Okay, we'll look at Ethereum at the risk of fogging up Mike Wisdom's bifocals. Yeah, this freaks me out. So Hood is a special case. Let's get down to let's go even further down. Looking at the 10-minute, this run up, special case. All right, look at the RSI. It's literally off the charts. Can't see it. Special case. Now look at ETH, which has been a special case in the past. To the hourly, let's get on, or the 10 minutes. Let's get to the day. I'm just seeing that resistance ahead. It's got to test that resistance. That's all it is. You got two things happening. Overbought. And you got La Resistance. Right here. At 2852. After that, though, if it breaks through that, let's go. But it can also, remember, guys, if it breaks through, Bitcoin just did this. What did Bitcoin do with that sideways channel, babies? It broke out, then it came right back down. Let's look at it. BTC USD. I feel like Bitcoin is like just a couple days ahead of Ethereum. Pins. Yeah, I like it. I like it. This is a rat snake. I think get a phone call from a colleague.
Who is it? Put him on blast.
I don't want to. Hey, producer AB.
Yes, sir.
We have a dedicated Benzinga live viewer here that expects a mug. They didn't get a mug? What happened?
Let me
Hold on one sec. Hold on. What happened? Isn't that your job?
It's one of many of my jobs. Yes.
Oh, you have too many jobs.
No. Let me get into my swag records, see what happened here.
Opens up a Denny's coloring pad.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep. So this was the one I'm seeing. If this is going out to Franklin, Tennessee.
Don't dox him.
Well, I'm not going to dox him. I mean, I haven't said his name. This was 13 days ago. The order is on its way. Our print on demand site just usually takes like a couple weeks to print the product.
Yep.
And then send it. So a lot of times this falls on me, but this time I think the order is on the way. I just got to check it on the actual swag site.
I like that you knew exactly who it was based on their name from YouTube. Like, you know exactly who it is.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at the email, the person's like picture is the same on their Gmail as it is. Well, actually that makes sense because YouTube and Google are connected, right?
Something like that. Hey guys, I'll take this opportunity to let you know you can go to swag.benzinga.com and pick out your favorite merchandise. Do we have any metal fans in chat? This shirt might be based on a certain nondescript popular thrash metal band from the 80s. We've also got this cool Japanese shirt. And look at that. It's a Get Technical one, guys. The merch is out. Swag.benzinga.com. Do you have a baby?
Shout out Jake from TrendSpider. New dad.
Did we send him one?
We did, actually.
Okay, good. Okay. No, we don't have a docking one. I want to do a Spinal Tap shirt. cooks. I can totally get this. We can totally do a "this is get technical" or "this is Benzinga" shirt with Spinal Tap lettering. Give me a 1 if you guys would want the Spinal Tap shirt. Give me a 2 if you don't. Yeah, it is kind of coming from Wish rather.
Pretty much.
Happy Mohammed wants it. I like pins right now, guys. So I've got the Fibonacci on here. We got caught right on the natch. Got a natch catch. Oh, Postman wants 9-inch nails. That would be cool. Oh, I look like I look like the bass player from Spinal Tap. The guy who was dude. He's the one that was trying to sneak. He was going through the metal detector and he was getting on an airplane that kept going off. And it turned out he had a cucumber wrapped in tinfoil stuffed in his pants.
Neil, I gotta be honest. I was so lost when you guys were talking about.
I know, because you're 10 years old. You're a nubile young teen. Zoomer. Yeah, I look like this guy for sure.
Have you ever seen an episode of SpongeBob?
Yeah, SpongeBob's old, dude.
I didn't know. I heard some guys that were like talking about it yesterday that were like too old for it, and I didn't know like what the age. Like, I feel like if you're anywhere like 30 or younger, you've seen a SpongeBob, but maybe.
Yeah, SpongeBob was on when I think I was in elementary school, man. Like, it's old. And it's hilarious. So, like, even for kids, it was hilarious.
It's so funny. We did that a couple times in college where we did some extracurriculars and, like, went back and watched episodes of SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah.
And it holds up. I'll just say that.
All right, so looking at pins, look at the overall structure on pins. What do you see? What do you guys see? Let me know what name comes to mind when you look at the overall structure on pins. And I'll just do this. Just give me a name. Yeah, Rocko's Modern Life. I watched that. Eating. Dude. All right, easy, guys, easy.
Yeah, whoa. I didn't say what extracurriculars we were doing, but, you know. Oh, who was it? That notoriously Randy Sample said you should do Nirvana with AB as the nude baby in the pool.
That's a really good idea.
Just reaching out for a little dollar bill.
AB, as long as you say on video that you're okay with your image being put on that t-shirt, I think we can legally do that. Are you okay with your face being superimposed on the baby in the pool from the Nevermind cover?
Oh, I thought I was gonna like actually get in a pool and we were gonna take some underwater shots, but I like the superimpose. That sounds a little easier. We can do that.
Yeah, I think let's do the superimposed.
Yeah,
we can. Well, let's just start off small. Yeah. That's what I see with pins. All right, this is what it looks like for me from a broader structure. So I just want to see with pins some more signs of another accumulation phase. You know what I mean? Some more's got to happen. Some more stuff's got to happen right here. So there you go. See what BGFV is doing after that monster sell-off. Are we in play here? Yeah. Not really. I don't know. I'm less interested now. I don't care about BGFV anymore. All right, give me some stocks, guys. Chat, we need stocks.
We only got a couple more minutes to look at stocks because in a couple of minutes, Crypto Birb, who's been on the show before, will be joining us to talk some crypto. You know, we're talking Ethereum, big day for Ethereum. Bitcoin.
Yeah, it is. It is. Can you explain that?
Why it's a big day for Ethereum?
Yeah. Or why tomorrow is.
So they have an update in store. Part of the update will include some burning of Ethereum. So I think it's going to limit the supply. And if you know basic economics, there's a relationship between supply, demand, and price. And so if the supply is being diminished, we can expect, and demand stays flat, we can expect that price to go up. So I think the question is, will the demand for Ethereum stay where it's at? Will it increase? Will it decrease? I don't know the exact basics of the Ethereum update because I'm not that smart.
Crypto Birb can help us with that.
Oh, 100%. That's why I brought him on today. I thought, you know, good of a day as ever to talk some crypto. But yeah, I mean, I think Ethereum's very interesting here. I wish I would have got in when it was below 2,000 and now we're looking at 2,800 or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you've been following of that, Neil, but the whole Ethereum update finally happening. People have been talking about it for a while.
Yeah, I think the rotation back into cryptocurrency has been happening. And the believers who got in, or even here, maybe stayed in or got out, we're doing it right. Yeah, the gas fees are a thing, but I mean, as a speculative asset, I think there are a lot of people that don't really care about that. Yeah, looking purely at the technicals for Ethereum, this is just an accumulation phase. I looked at BT. That was insane. This is one that someone asked me about, and I saved it, and then I sent them my chart. And put Love Neil on it. But damn. Are you in? Is anyone in BT? That's a runner. Let's look to the left here. Insane. BITF is the next BTBT. BITF.
This is a crypto bit farms. I think they're a mining company.
Corey, did you just call me baby? Was that short for like BB? Like baby?
Hey, it's flattering, Neil.
All right. Thanks, baby. Is it? Oh, this is the next one. I mean, clearly, geez. How much is this candle? 20%. Yeah, penny stocks rip. NNDM. We haven't talked about that one in a long time. In a long time. This is an example where that golden cross was very handy. That's what that green histogram is. Do you think we found our bottom here on an NDM? A new bottom?
I wonder if Kathy's still in on this one.
I don't remember a big update on her selling it. But I kind of stopped following after ARK stopped printing money. Yeah, I mean, this could be a time to get into this. Is just look at this thing is just going to suck. This thing. Where is it? Talk about supply and demand. Ton of overhead supply on an NDM. Bag holders. Kathy Wood loving, which I am too. I love Kathy Wood. Loving bag holders. That you're going to have to get through, that are going to want to break even as soon as the price gets back up.
Neil, well, our guest is here. I'm getting word that he has a hard stop at 154, 155. So we only got 20 minutes.
Let's bring him on.
Let's do it.
Do we click it at the same time?
Yeah.
You do it.
All right.
Hey, Crypto Birb.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, really not much. How are you?
Doing really good. Really good. Excited for the interview. How's it going? Ready to kick off some charts.
Yeah, let's go. Last time you were here, it was a really good session. For those of our viewers that were not here last time, would you mind giving folks a brief introduction to yourself and what you do?
Yes, of course. My name is Adrian. I'm well known under Crypto Birb or Crypto_Birb and my Twitter handle. I'm a certified technical analyst. I do mainly trade Bitcoin, although I focus also, aside from altcoins, on the legacy markets. From a main leading background, I'm a chemical engineer. I'm a founder and the head of the Birb Nest ever since 2017, one of the largest educational trading communities. Co-founder for Yale Block, the marketing agency for influencers. And I'm happy to be sharing some stuff with you today, hopefully with good, valuable insights.
Fantastic. And guys, follow him on Twitter. That's a really good one to follow. Can you drop that in chat there, Frodo? You're not Frodo. Hold on one second. You're not Frodo, dude. I'm Frodo. All right. So Crypto Birb, do you have a charting tool that you would like to share with us so you can walk us through what you're seeing?
Yeah, of course.
Did you get your? Are you already a CMT?
Not yet. I mean, last time we spoke, it was, what was it, like a month ago? They only have two. They only have 2 windows for the examination, and the soonest one is actually in December. So I'm patiently waiting for December to come in.
Okay. So guys, we've got another aspiring CMT here. Crypto Birb should be taking the test toward the end of the year. Very awesome. Check out the CMT program, guys, if you aren't familiar with it. It teaches you how to see into the future.
Yes. Let me know whenever the chart displays correctly on your end.
Here we are.
Okay, cool. So just to give it a quick shot, to kind of like just, let's say, not to focus too much on the local intraday and then just craziness going on, the madness on the Bitcoin. I like to focus on one of the main long-term, just assumptions. That is for me that we are missing the 5th wave. This is the hint for the Elliott waves practitioners. In my opinion, we have already seen the 4th waves of the entire 5-wave sequence. And while missing the final leg up, it aligns to me, to know that this 3-month distribution period that we saw on the top, that like head and shoulders, no matter how you actually call that in the pattern, that Bitcoin does not usually take 3 months to peak. It usually takes approximately a day or 2, right, or a week to have a decent peak, to have a decent all-time high versus spike, the blow-off top per se, rather than move along in a sideways, right? That's what usually Bitcoin does for its typically volatile nature. And because of that, I would not expect or call that the bull market is over, especially knowing that all the overnight experts, self-proclaimed experts who join, on Twitter in April or May, who, at the very top, they were the very same people telling, and arguing that 30K was the bear market. Okay, so to the best of my understanding for how markets work, to the best of my understanding for how Bitcoin's history just shapes, I do believe that we have just finished the 4th wave, right? At least partially. Mainly because the Q3 is usually for Bitcoin of less volatility on the market. People like choose to go on the vacation, like take some chill, like reflect back on their actions perhaps, and then get some like cool rest, which usually causes, less volatility in the markets, coming from less interest, less activity on the trading side, on the book, like order books. And at the same time, this lack of activity means approximate price equilibrium, right? So you see the market bound, like usually trading in a trading bound, in a trading range, one side to another, swinging back and forth, trying to find some sort of like a direction, but it fails. So because of that, Q3 seasonality, like accounting the seasonality effect in the previous records, I could expect to see some consolidation. I would not expect per se any sort of like, very spectacular fireworks, so that you see immediate dumps down to $5,000 or immediate pumps up to $100,000 right away. I would rather expect the market to just take some couple of deeper breaths, okay? And in the form of this fourth wave, whether it is just, whether it has just completed, or it's supposed to form some sort of like a chart pattern, like a wedge or a triangle, or a pure rectangle, like a flat pattern, okay? Now, it doesn't matter too much, because what matters is the range extremes, okay? And anything pretty much like just between $30,000 and $65,000 is not considered a trend from the major time frame perspective, all right? This is just a sideways, like a market taking a breath. And these consolidations often quite get, just squeezed on the volatility side, right? So you can see some conjunction coming towards some apex, perhaps some virtual apex, and contracting trend lines coming from the resistance side and the support side. So knowing that Bitcoin likes the triangles, like you saw the descending triangle in here for the continuation pattern, you saw a local symmetrical triangle in here as well. Back in the day, you saw an ascending triangle here for the reversal. Bitcoin likes triangles. There was also some tiny contracting consolidation in here for the disbelief rally. So knowing that Bitcoin likes and favors triangles, it is safer, in my opinion, to expect low volatility in the form of some just way of consolidation, sideways movement with lack of definite direction, until where it usually gets fireworks, which is Q4, the late phase of the Q4, right? So combining all the thoughts, that Q4 is usually less volatile, that we have the final leg up missing, just for the straight, very simple wave count, principle. Like this is the first kickoff wave of the bull market, a bit overextended to the downside. COVID crashed and reached second wave, the third wave, which is usually the most extended one, the fourth wave, which is unquestionably going on or has just finished, right? But it's still in the process of ranging until the extremes are broken. We are missing the final fifth leg up. That is my bet. And this also is perfectly confirmed, in my opinion, by indicators. And by the, just for an example, an indicator custom solution that is called Birb. It is free on TradingView for everybody to have a look. And it embodies the trend and momentum principles.
Can you spell that so we can drop it in chat?
Yeah, I can actually just write it in here, Birb, right? It's like Terminator, but with BIRB.
All right, there you guys go. It's up on the screen, Burbicator. Try it out.
Yes, indeed. And it embodies and combines the trend and momentum, okay? So this shows you the overall alignment between a trend and a momentum. And you can analyze very quickly that currently, like ever since the bull market started in December 2018, we had only seen 3 instances similar, like altogether, with the one going on currently. That happened to be at the very bear market bottom. Well, then next with big, huge bullish divergence, whenever Bitcoin was trading at $6,000 region, and the next episode of the trend and momentum in tandem being perfectly reset, like zero literally cleared to the bottom in a perfect oversold, undervalued position right now set up. Well, this is the third time in this bull market history. So I take it and I read it in a way so that Bitcoin is fully reloaded, fully warming up, fully kind of like just it's made itself a space and enough room on the upside so that the market can rally again for the final push. And it does make a lot of sense to expect a massive reversal after the consolidation, in my opinion.
Yeah, and guys, for clarity, if you're following along, this is the weekly chart on Bitcoin, BTC, USD. We've got the Burbicator, which you can find if you're using TradingView. Is it available on any other tools or platforms?
To the best of my knowledge, it's not as easy to actually get it on other platforms. I've spoken to TrendSpider, whom I'm great friends with, but it takes time actually to encode that properly to adjust to their platform. So currently, to the best of my knowledge, it's only available on the TradingView.
Okay. So we've got the Burbicator there, and then would you mind? I'm really curious about how that indicator works. I'm checking it out. I'm trying to understand it myself. I have it open on my chart. Could you explain the colors?
Yes.
And how the oscillator, what the oscillator tells you?
Yes. Colors. So because Bitcoin is orange and it's associated with good stuff, usually. Okay. The good stuff come in orange. The bad stuff come in blackish, grayish. Okay, they're gray. Okay. So you can see two components that were actually three components if you look clearly or thoroughly. Okay, so this is an oscillator, which I mean there are a set of indicators that kind of like work in tandem in here. Okay, so first of all, you have this stochastic ribbon, okay, that is a custom version of stochastic RSI, if you will, or I mean not even the stochastic RSI, but just the composition of stochastic RSI, stochastic, like the mechanism that it works for a stochastic based oscillator, okay, for the momentum, so that it keeps the track of the momentum. It also has and includes these shades, these tiny shades that you can tell that lag a lot, just with regards to the ribbon itself, right? These are the moving averages shades. These moving averages kind of like are acting as they act as an additional filter, right? Because these lagging moving averages give you the more confirmed signal whenever the ribbon, the stochastic ribbon gets through its lagging averages. It's like an additional filter, okay? And on top of that, you would have the histogram, and the histogram is a customly designed as well. Histogram, which shows you pretty much like just how to say that simply. It's based on the Kijun and Tenkan of Ichimoku system, okay? And whenever there is a peak in the deviation against the neutral point, okay, it informs you about the biggest, let's say, trend deviation in here. Again, a short-term trend versus the long-term trend, because that's what Kijun and Tenkan just tell you. Tenkan is the main short-term version of an average, which stands that one of the key components for the Ichimoku system, and the other one is Kijun, which is like a older brother. It just takes usually Tenkan takes 10 days or 20 days. That the shorter average, and the Kijun for the base of Ichimoku system gets you like triple that usually. Okay, so you'd have 10, 30, 20, 60, just for an instance. That's the correlation. And whenever the histogram peaks, it shows you the distance between these averages. Okay, so whenever the distance between the averages sharply increases, you can tell that there is especially in the upwards direction, you can tell that there is a peak in the momentum for short-term trend against some longer-term trend. Okay, defined by Tenkan and Kijun derivatives, if you will. Okay, so long story short, just not to make it too complicated, it informs you about whenever the trend is oversold or overbought. Here it's oversold when it's on the bottom section, and 80 to 100, just like any other oscillator, like RSI, relative strength index, It shows you the overbought area, so you know where the trend is supposed to expire based on the previous momentum. Okay, and you can use it with the additional filter of the averages, and you can tell that this additional filter got actually confirmed in here. Okay, so we can tell that there was a breakthrough moment. Okay, the shades of the moving averages of lagging behind the actual stochastic base ribbon, it got crossed through or crossed over by the ribbon. Okay, so the trend, the momentum aligned with a trend reversal. Okay, this, long story short, is yet additional reason for me to believe that Bitcoin is as oversold currently as it was when it was trading between $3,000 and $6,000 at the bottom of the bear market and somewhere around the COVID crash. That is the way I interpret it.
That is extremely fascinating and a very cool tool that you have put together here. Guys, any questions for our illustrious guest, Crypto Birb? I'll give you 10 seconds to catch up because of the lag.
Mm-hmm.
So have you done a back test with the Burbicator?
There was some back testing. It actually like I use it for the conceptual approach. I don't trace based on these very signals just alone because I have other design system for that.
Yep.
For the more active trading, I use it more for the qualitative, like big time frame reversals, the one that we are seeing here right now. Okay, so the way I interpret it, as I say, is more of a qualitative basis rather than timing the entries perfectly to the pip. Right, so I focus mainly on what it tells me, and what it tells me is that there has been only 3 instances that Bitcoin was this oversold during this bull market, and that's what I need to know. That's the only thing I need to know out of it, right? So of course you can get the entire series of information of that indicator alone. You can use it for trading if you're a momentum trader because it mainly just shows you the momentum with the trend. Right, for the clarity, the trend in the downwards is the strongest whenever both the histogram, just you can tell there is crossing through from positive to the negative, let's say reference point. Whenever it aligns and trends in tandem. So we have the breakthrough and crossover through the neutrality point on the histogram, and at the same time the stochastic following with the moving averages on it, just in the same direction. So same story in the other direction is in here. Which helped me literally. This was publicly given to public notice, but made a lot of articles and appearances and interviews about it and tweets talking about how significant this long time frame bullish divergence was. Okay, of course nobody believed me back then. Everybody was saying that the bull market was in here, that the bear market was in, and guess what? Surprise! I heard exactly the same stuff from the same people in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the questions, of course, are have you used it on like regular stocks?
It works because it embeds the trend and momentum, basics and principles. It's going to work for you on every single market, right? It is not specific to the stocks. Like stocks, you would have the breadth, advanced versus decline indicators that you're not going to find it on crypto, of course, right? But this embodies the very trend, the very same nature across the markets.
Yeah, I like it. I'm going to try using it for a while. I consider myself a trend trader. Oh, thank you, a trend trader. So I'm just always fascinated by new tools. So, thank you for sharing with us your look at the Bitcoin chart and the Burbicator indicator that you guys can find for free on TradingView. Before we part, my friend, is there anything that you'd like to leave folks with?
Yeah, I just definitely want to invite everybody to drop me a DM on Twitter. If anybody just is concerned about anything I shared, I'm always open to constructive criticism. Be kind to each other. Make sure you put your daily checks in to improve in anything you do, especially when it comes to trading. Trading hates stability. Okay, you need to keep yourself challenged. You need to discover new tools. You need to be able to open up new books every single month, week, year, and go for it. Okay, and your money will thank you for that.
That is awesome. All right, Crypto Birb, everyone. Thanks for being on the show, man.
I appreciate it. Enjoy.
All right, nerds. We're at, how many likes are we at? We're at 288. I'll give you, if you get 20 more likes, we'll do Spice Girls. That's it. 20 more likes. I don't think they can do it, Aaron. I don't think they got it in them. What do you think?
I don't know. Samwise.
I'll take Sam, whatever. He's the true hero of Lord of the Rings. Everyone knows is Samwise. Gamgee, Sam. I'm going to name my son Sam. If I have one.
I'm going to name mine Spencer. Middle name Israel. Last name Bree.
All right, guys, could you, whoa, we already got like 10 likes. Oh man, I don't know. I don't think they got it in them to get 10 more on top of that.
I don't know. It seems like a tough task. We'll see.
They seem kind of sleepy today, you know?
If we don't
the comments are normally pretty sharp and witty, and I feel like today they're just kind of dull. Like, what's up with chat? Why are they so dull today?
I don't know. They're still really good looking, really smart, really witty.
Yeah. You can't erase that.
No. But yeah, I mean, if we don't get that to that, what was it? What do we need?
We got it. We crossed 300. We're at 306. That's fine. That's fine.
I was going to say, I would have to start singing Spice Girls, which is not what you guys want.
We don't pay you enough for that. All right, guys. Keep the likes coming. Keep the subscriptions coming. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in to this episode of Get Technical. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Thursday. One more day in the trading week, one more day in the work week, and we've got the weekend ahead. Big thank you to our special guest, the Bourbinator, being here with us with a special indicator, the Bitcoin genius, the future CMT. The guy knows his shit. So great guest. Nothing but illustrious guests here on Get Technical. That's pretty much it for my time. My name is Neil Hamilton. Follow me at Neil's Tweets for free compliments and pictures of the under part of Spencer Israel's beard. Everyone wants to know, what does the under part of Spencer Israel's beard look like? I've got the pics. I've got the scoop.
All right. Thanks a lot, Neil. See ya.
Spencer. They paid for it. Dance.
They did? Oh, I missed this.
All right, Spencer's not going to dance.
All right.
That's okay. All right. Have a great week, everybody. See you tomorrow. Have a great day.
Wait, Neil, did you know that yesterday Spencer wore his shirt inside out for like the whole day?
Whole day?
I put like a collared shirt.
Yeah,
it's actually
it's the same shirt, just a different color.
It was the blue version. It was the blue version of this shirt, I swear. And there's no tag on the back, so I didn't know. No one told me until I learned at like 4:30 in the afternoon that I was wearing the shirt inside out all day. Because I went to button it and it wouldn't button. I was like, what?
Hey,
that brings me immense joy. Guys, what do we got up next?
We got the crypto show, Catherine Ross. But before we bring on Catherine, we gotta talk about a breaking news story that we had this morning. So thanks a lot, Neil, NAB, and 10 more likes to Spencer moves. Okay. So Catherine Ross is gonna hop on in like a second, more like 2 minutes, to talk crypto with us here. But I did want to mention, Mitch and I were on for like 5 hours today. We neglected to mention a couple of breaking news headlines that the Benzinga Pro team had this morning. Mitch, do you have any more color for us on that?
Yes.
Okay.
So pretty much what we got here is Plus completed their driverless level 4 semi.
Draw me a ticker.
This is going to be HCIC
You.
on the NASDAQ. Hennessy Capital Investment Corp here. it's going to be merging with Plus. But what I got for you, I even got a video for you. I'll put this up while I explain this right here. This is actually them doing the driverless here. So what happened here was they did a driverless truck operated 100% of the time here without a human driver or teller operator. Plus is a global provider of self-driving truck technology that recently announced its proposed business combination with Hennessy Capital Investment Corp, HCIC. As you can see here, guys, it was even changing lanes. Whoa!
Wait, that's my bad. My bad. I'm sorry.
I got Rohan
I'm sorry.
jumping in there, but yeah, as you guys can see, I can't.
I'm sorry. That was a genuine accident. Anyway, thanks a lot for that video, Mitch. It's freaking... Okay. Oh man. Okay. Oh, that was. We have all sorts of assets, guys, that we just compile in the background here. We never really use. I've never seen that one before. Oh man. All right. Anyway, where was I? Right, crypto show.
So yeah, just to wrap it up, definitely take a look, guys. HCIC with that news, it didn't really move on the news, so we'll just kind of take a look at it. We'll definitely take a look at it after when we get into the third 3 p.m. time. Once we get into 3 p.m., we'll get right back into the market. But before then, I've been seeing recent moves in crypto, so I'm really looking forward to the next show. Let's go ahead and kick it off. Let's not bring Rohan on.
No.
And just bring someone that has a way better appeal, I think, than Rohan. But
all right, let's do it.
We'll get that going.
The lovely Catherine Ross. Catherine, how are we doing? Oh no, you're on mute. Oh no. Wait, unmute your mic in StreamYard.
Yeah, that was me. I'm great. How are you?
We are a little bit loopy, but we're good. We're good.
Trying to hang in there.
Catherine, I saw Ethereum just ripping this morning. Oh, yeah. You saw that too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I have an explanation.
Really?
Yeah, but before we go into that, I have two things to say. First of all, what did Rohan did with the crypto kind of thing? Did he say something? Why did you mention Rohan before?
Oh, why did I mention Rohan? Because this I'll tell you why. Because now I can't find it. It's the last one. It's the last one at the bottom. He says, "Oh, this one."
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why I mentioned that. That's why I mentioned Rohan. I don't know where that came from, but that's why.
Spencer interrupted the driverless truck with Rohan, so it was kind of hard to pay attention.
That was going to happen.
It didn't become driverless anymore. But talk to me. What's going on in the crypto world? It's moving. We need to know, and you're the person to tell us.
Hopefully. So all eyes on Ethereum today, because today is the day of London hard fork. Oh, BTC is a little bit up because I've checked checked a couple of minutes ago and it was down. Ethereum is definitely up because we are expecting, well, it's actually happening, the burning of coins, and Ethereum is going to burn thousands of coins every day from now on. And this particular hard fork is expected to improve transactions, so scalability of transactions, and the cost of fees, which are currently very, very high. Spencer, if you're looking for the things on Ethereum, it's a little bit lower in the dock. So the thing is that I personally wanted to see real-time kind of burning to understand how many coins we have left, or how many coins have been burned. And the official site, which the burn.com seems to be not working right now, but we do have
there it is.
Oh, so you're lucky because it hasn't worked the entire day.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
that's interesting.
No, it's not. And then the next one. So how many coins we have burned at this point?
A little over 1900. Looks like 1907.
Yeah, 1900. Yeah. So yeah, that's
Nine.
a lot, and it's gonna keep going. That's why everybody just looking at Ethereum right now and trying to probably not buy, but trying to comprehend what's gonna happen next. Let's see. Let's look at the Ethereum price, current price. Okay. So currently we have $2,800. It's up 4%, almost 5%, but it's not the recent kind of data. It's over the past couple of hours because we've seen the price of Ethereum earlier in the day went up by 12%, which is huge. Yeah. So I guess Spencer is now very sad, and he regrets that he didn't buy at the time when we were discussing that a couple of weeks ago.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct. Yep.
How are you feeling?
That's correct. Oh wait, that's not Ethereum. That's Ethan Allen. There's Ethereum. How am I feeling? I'm feeling sad.
Tears.
Yeah.
Mitch, do you hold any Ethereum?
No, I got caught in the Doge.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, we're not going to talk about that. We do have a couple of other coins that are very interesting. I call them new coins on the block because we haven't discussed them before. We haven't even mentioned them, but these coins are, our top performers right now, and everybody's looking at them as well. So the first one is Reddit-based cryptocurrency, and it has already, Mitch, outpaced Dogecoin over the month.
Ooh.
So look into that. Yeah. So it is.
Now you're talking my language.
Yeah. So it is.
This is it.
Yeah. It is a coin that was created by subred cryptocurrency Moons. The ticker is X Moon. Yeah. So it has been seeing huge gains, and specifically because I think there was an announcement a couple of days ago, or couple of weeks to be precise, that the developers of the project are going to introduce new scalability network. So the transactions are also expected to become faster. Pretty much the same Ethereum does, but just a little bit different. Ethereum does it on a bigger scale. So yeah, and I'm not sure if you guys want to buy into
I
that.
love the ticker name. I gotta say.
Moon.
So wait, but I have a question. But is it only going up because it has a subreddit behind it, and they're just pumping it up?
Personally, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
And you can only own this. Yeah. Let me just double check that. So, the coin can only be received by voting in the subreddit R cryptocurrency. They can be freely transferred, tipped, and spent in the subreddit. So there you have the use case that you can only use them in the subreddit.
Yeah. That's silly.
Yeah, something's got to change. We gotta get in contact with them.
But you can buy it and you can trade it and you can become a member of this high-profile group.
Oh, a high profile. Okay.
We're gonna check it out. I'm gonna have to get them on here.
I feel like I can speak with some authority here, having been on Reddit for almost a decade. I feel like I how many subs do they have? Probably.
Yeah, how big is the?
A lot, really?
I don't know. Honestly, I haven't checked.
Well, let's find out. It's our cryptocurrency, right? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Crypto.
And then there's cryptocurrency, our cryptocurrency Moons. I think the main channel is our cryptocurrency.
3.3 million. That is a lot. What about Moons? That's it's a private community. Oh,
it's pretty good.
Oh, see? So you can only enter and become a member if you hold the token. Yeah, that's not
X Moon.
Yeah, X Moon. I feel like Mitch is interested. Yeah, he looks.
You already know.
Okay.
You see my interest in it. I'll check it out at least. I mean, maybe they get into partnership with something in the future. So I will keep that open. I love keeping the idea of the story what it is now, and I could see it more like a meme coin. I would call it already that with X Moon being attached to it. But I mean, with that being said, mean, we've seen other coins get really adopted, right? Pretty quickly, and so I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, but then one thing though, I kind of have an idea that if you become a part of that subreddit, it might become a pump and dump group where they again discuss what they're going to do if this huge community, 3.5 million, and the general one and the private one, they can just come together and discuss what they're going to pump or dump next, including stocks. So it's just an idea that I have in mind. But we do have another token that is seeing gains right now.
Okay.
Yes, this one is obviously in the news right now, in the headlines, and it has been over the past, I think, 12 hours, because the soccer legend, and I say here on in the other part of the world, it's football, and you can't even convince me. So it's a football. Okay, it's a soccer legend. Yeah, Messi has partnered with Eternity Chain and has launched its first NFT. It's going to be titled, NFTs collection. It's going to be titled. They've played with with words a little bit. The Messiverse collection. I think it's interesting.
So what exactly is it? Just like an NFTs based on Messi? Is that
for sure, absolutely.
Here, should I play the video?
Yes, please. So it's
Right,
it expected that it's going to have or feature 4 pieces of art depicting Messi himself, illustrated by the Australian artist Boss Logic, and he will also authenticate each of the NFTs in the collection. Are you guys soccer fans?
No, I'm gonna do this.
I know at least who Messi is. Like, you gotta know who Messi is.
We all know who Messi is. Yeah,
but I mean, the best left foot probably ever live. I mean, but definitely, I mean, who's not going to want a piece of this? Let's say in Europe.
Oh yeah, he's a big star for sure. I do have friends that are just crazy about him. You can't say anything bad about Messi.
Yeah,
don't you dare.
Yes, I can. Watch me. No. Wait. What is? In all seriousness, like, it's just like artwork based on Messi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like moments. Let's say like top shots.
Sure. So anyway, so this is the crypto that.
Yeah, the blockchain behind the NFT. Right?
So this is the network that they're using for the NFT project.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah, and it has seen 40% gains in the past 12, I guess, hours. So it's currently trading at 10.97, as I can see, and it the all-time high was registered, I think almost 10 hours ago, and it was $12.69. And an interesting thing, and I think Mitch is going to be also curious about that, because Mitch, you have missed another opportunity to buy in the coin in percentage. It went up by 484%. So again, it's a missed opportunity. But I think this Eternity Chain is gonna be in the headlines for a while, because it kind of it's a big deal. It's a big partnership.
Okay, if you say so, Catherine. If you say so.
What do you mean? If I say so?
I think so. I think Spencer.
Wait,
just
you know what? Can
football,
we? I almost want to we need to do like a special hour all day stream of just about NFTs, because I need a crash course in NFTs.
Yeah, you're not a believer, bro. You need,
not really.
You need to take in line, bro.
Really.
You need to take in line, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, NFTs. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of projects that will not be around in 5 or 10 years, but then there's gonna be some projects that are actually gonna be.
Wait, I do have breaking news from 20 minutes ago that Messi's leaving Barcelona. This is relevant to our time.
Yes. Messi is leaving after contracts talks fails.
Yeah. So let's be relevant to what we're just talking about. I was
watching it too.
Just saw on Twitter. Anyway, okay.
Big Messi day, yo. You gotta be careful what you say, Spencer.
Yeah.
They're gonna come after you, the Messi people.
Speaking of NFTs, if you missed our new NFT show, the roadmap it premiered yesterday at 3:00 with Chris Kachi. Check it out.
That was a cool episode.
What we have our guest waiting in the green room. So should we get to our guest now, Catherine?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, who do we got?
I'll be back.
See you, man.
We have Bill.
Bill Herman.
Bill Herman, the one and only. He has already been a guest with us. And we're very excited to have him again. Bring it on.
Wilshire Phoenix. Bill, how we doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, we're doing great. Are you a fan of Messi?
I am a fan of Messi. Not sure. So what are you guys talking about? There's a Messi coin or what's going on there? The NFT. Not sure that I would buy the NFT or the shares of the NFT, but big fan. But thanks for having me. It's good catching up with you guys again.
This whole situation is messy, so let's just move on. Let's talk about a crypto, a Bitcoin ETF, right? Yeah, well, you're trying for it, right? You've got a commodity trust, right?
Well, yeah. So it's not we don't believe a Bitcoin ETF is going to be approved probably till 2023.
Okay.
So our vehicle is structured in a way that it is freely, it will be freely tradable by retail investors and institutional investors alike. But it's not an ETF. It will look and feel like one, but it's a fully, we have underwriters involved. There's liquidity providers and what have you. And it's sort of a way for people to have some additional access besides, the existing products that exist in the space. And it's also one that will be, sort of the first one that will be approved on a, in the form S1 on the 33 Act. So right. It's a big deal for the space and, just a big deal for investors. And I think it'll bring a lot of, maybe some investors off the sidelines that, need a fully, for their own purposes or what have you, a fully regulated vehicle.
So it's similar. It's basically similar to like the USO is like an oil trust, right? The USO is backed. It's a commodity backed instrument, right? And this is the same thing, but just for Bitcoin.
No, well, not really. I would analogize it more to GBTC.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll have it launched, and then we'll get it listed on the OTCQX best marketplace, we'll essentially be going head to head with them. There's a lot of differences in our product, and we spent a lot of time developing it to make a product that because we just think investors deserve more from issuers and sponsors. I think the space has obviously the digital asset space generally has exponentially evolved and continues to gain traction, but the products in the space have just stalled out. Right? They're just nobody's getting sort of kind of let's say creative or what have you, but there was a Bitcoin futures mutual fund that was approved by the commission, I think a few days ago. But that, I think it's a step in the right direction. But I think mutual funds are kind of, on the way out, and it kind of doesn't make sense to have futures in a mutual fund, just because you're locked up for a certain period of time, and holding futures for, longer than a certain period of time, obviously comes with the theta, contango, right. And obviously, if you're not able to redeem, and the other, the grayscale product obviously is, suffers in that area as well on redemption, where, kind of Wilshire's product has all the, the hallmarks of a, rational and traditional, financial product.
Could you walk us through what happened since we talked last time? Any updates and any developments with Wilshire Phoenix? Did you launch a new product? Do you have more clients that you could not talk about? I remember.
No, so we're continuing to build products. So yesterday we filed a significant amendment on the Bitcoin Commodity Trust, and that was after working diligently with the SEC for quite a while. There's a lot of comments to address, and we also updated it in a lot of ways. So we're really looking forward to getting that one out to the market.
Okay, so I am interested in your comments on previous predictions, right? So if I remember correctly, we talked about the fact that no one is sure, no one is correct what we're going to see in terms of price by the end of the year. But we did talk with you, I think, before the May craze and the June craze and then the downtrend movement. Where do you stand on those predictions right now?
I don't know if there were really, maybe there were I don't know if I gave any, I don't think I gave any. I think the only thing I said is that I think that, I think I made an off the cusp comment that I think that it will probably, who knows, I think I was stay in the tight trading range between 30 and 40,000. And I think that's where we are now. So, I don't typically say price targets or anything, but in this case, it kind of worked out, I think. I think, I think the other thing we talked, I think we talked about the outrageous price targets by Cuban and a lot of others, maybe Draper. I forget one of the other people, but saying Bitcoin was going to be at 300,000 before the end of the year.
Yeah,
and then not giving any fundamental reason for that is not only a mistake, it's irresponsible, stupid, dumb. And it's and these people are not sort of low profile people. This is stuff gets tweeted out. People are buying based on what they're saying. It's just if you want to contribute to the community, do something in a way that's productive. Otherwise, just shut up. I think it's just you're hurting and you're harming investors probably. Because if you make those comments when it was up at 60,000 and even one person bought right there, you harmed somebody, and that's that's just ridiculous,
right? But Bill, I have a question for you. If we can go back to the ETF point, can you clarify why you think it'll be so long and what the specific challenges are as it relates to a hypothetical Bitcoin? There's I've lost count of the filings now. I think we're up to 20, but I'm rounding approximately. I don't know. It could be more, it could be less, but somewhere in the ballpark of 20. I think filings for a Bitcoin ETF. Why you seem a little bearish on it? What are the challenges that make this such a
It's not just challenges. It's right. So given Commissioner Gensler's comments.
Right. Wait, can you clarify what those were? Because I'll be honest, I saw them, but I didn't they didn't sink in my brain. So
yeah, I think he's more or less, he said that, he said that the market is interesting, but it needs to be regulated. He's not talking about ETFs. He's talking about the spot markets. And he said that mutual funds with futures are fine, and things like that. But, he basically came out and said, without saying it, these exchanges need to be regulated under our purview. That's something that, it's not going to happen. I think the SEC probably needs to create a whole new division to do this. And it's going to take, it's definitely not happening. I think we talked, 2021. That's, I think kind of runs the imagination. I don't think it's mathematic. It's not possible. But I think 2022 is probably not possible. Maybe something in 2023.
I think. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
I have a question based on the recent news that we covered today. Ray Dalio has an opinion about Bitcoin versus gold. So he previously said that he would choose Bitcoin over bonds, right? But just last night he said that if he could only have one, and if he had a gun to his head, he would choose gold, because in his in his view, it is still a lot more stable than Bitcoin, and that you can replace gold with Bitcoin, right? So what's your opinion on that? Would you choose Bitcoin over gold and over bonds?
I don't think it's are we talking guns to our heads, or I think there's no choosing. I think both of them can coexist in a portfolio. I think the narrative around Bitcoin being an inflation hedge is probably a mistake. It's extremely volatile asset. It hasn't. I mean, I think as inflation has or the inflation prints have come out, Bitcoin has gone just straight down, right? So and Bitcoin has never existed in an inflationary environment, although it has the some of the shared properties of gold. But gold is proven to not only serve as a hedge, but sort of provide gains in an inflationary during inflationary periods. So I'm not sure that I would I think to answer your question, I think they both can exist. I think if it were me, I'd have a larger allocation to gold as to Bitcoin, and I think that just makes more sense because of the volatile nature of it, and just the way that a rational portfolio could be sort of hedged. And I think that more retail investors need to kind of think that way on drawdowns and what have you. And markets don't always go straight up. So and they saw that with the last drawdown on Bitcoin. And if you weren't hedged, you just got destroyed. But Bitcoin futures are available to hedge. There's other ways to short the product and also remain long at the same time. There's even a lot of correlations that exist in the public markets or the regulated markets where you can you could have did a pairs trade and went long Bitcoin and shorted MicroStrategy or something like that, But there's a lot of and these aren't even institutional type trades. I mean, these are not that hard trades to put on. And I think, the correlations that exist between Bitcoin and a lot of the other sort of altcoins that exist are quite high. So even if you own, something like, I think when I was in the green room, I heard you guys talking about, some Reddit coin, and I've never heard of it, but I think that's doomed for, probable failure. And
That's how you really feel.
I think that's one of the problems with the space generally, is a lot of things being people shooting themselves in the foot with creating something like a subreddit coin. All it does is distract the SEC.
Yeah.
Right. And so something like 4,000 coins that exist or something.
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Bill, I've got news. I've also, just like Bitcoin, I too have never existed in an inflationary environment. So this is going to be fun.
Neither have I. So
none of us have, I think. So it's going to be should be a fun experience. Bill Herman is the co-founder and managing partner of Wilshire Phoenix. Bill, always a pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
All right, Catherine. Any final thoughts for us here? I know there's more we didn't cover, so let's cover it.
I'm sorry. What?
There was more we had to cover, wasn't there? There was a couple more.
Yeah. Well, the same that I've just said about Ray Dalio. But then just one thing that we need to watch out for is Ethereum, right? All about Ethereum. What's going to happen? Are we really going to have faster transactions but lower fees? And it's all one more step to Ethereum 0.20 a new ecosystem that is supposed to be based on proof of stake, and it's going to be much more environmentally friendly. And yeah, so this is a new Ethereum that we are all anticipating. And to your point about one more headline, it's again, Ray Dalio would choose gold over Bitcoin. And the question is to you, Spencer, would you?
Gold over Bitcoin? No, I would not.
No?
Well, actually, I guess like gold is useful in a zombie apocalypse, perhaps. Bitcoin is not. So I don't know, maybe. If we're in a zombie apocalypse, I'd pick gold. If we were not, then I'd pick Bitcoin.
A gun to your head, as Dalio said. Well, that's pretty much it. I think you need to hop up on another episode of BioTech. Is that the one?
Vivi BioTech will be joining us here in a moment. Yeah, that's what we got to do. But we're gonna stay live. Stay live or die is the theme of today's stream. Catherine Ross is Benzinga's crypto editor, and we thank you. I know it's very late for you. It's like 10 p.m.
9:30. Come on.
9:30. Guys, it's 9:30 where Catherine's at. So give her some love. Smash the like button. And Catherine, always a pleasure. Thanks for staying up late with us.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
bow to the queen. Bow to the queen.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to work because we are very hardworking people here at Benzinga.
That's all we do. We can't stop, won't stop, right? That's it.
Yeah,
That's
for
it.
sure.
All right. And somebody wants to say goodbye to you too, Catherine.
Oh.
All right. And look, here's the real thing. See you, Catherine. Here's the real thing, Rohan.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
For that, it's It's gonna make this
Wait, Rohan, why did you make this?
So listen, it was an experiment we were running this morning. I wanted to leave a surprise for y'all, but basically the idea is we're gonna get like these funny reactions and stuff like that from all the hosts, and we can like kind of drop them into the stream randomly. But I wanted to see if it was possible, so we tried it this morning.
Should I just click other stuff and see what does this one do?
No, I mean there's literally just that one. We haven't made any others, but
okay,
more coming.
All right, this is gonna be all right. This is more surprises. See you, Catherine. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, have fun. Bye.
All right.
Jeez, Catherine.
Jeez Louise. All right. It is 2:31. We're gonna have BioTech Buzz on in a second. I do want to get Vivi's thoughts specifically on the interview. Well, not the interview, but the company we had on earlier, BYSI, BeyondSpring. I hope she has thoughts on it because she's better at interpreting these trial numbers than I am. So, well, where's Vivi, Ron? Do we know?
Not exactly, no. I have a message that I'm awaiting a response.
Okay.
But you know, we do have Money Mitch in the background. Maybe he can have an opinion.
Wait, so she just ghosted us right here? Is that what happened?
Hello.
I mean,
on right here.
Well, I don't know if I would say ghosted, but just awaiting a response.
Okay. I've been ghosted and done the ghosting.
So we're waiting on results from.
Well, let me just call her.
The results. Yeah, just put her. Just put her on the phone.
I just took him off. That's funny.
Let's take a look at some of the biotechs. How about we do that? How do you do that on Spencer? How do you do that on Pro?
Yeah, well, very simple. So first thing, actually, I was saying this to Joel yesterday. It may have been off the air. I do own the IBB. Everyone, I own the largest biotech ETF, and look at it. It looks really good. We are right here at all-time high resistance, right? At all-time high is that the 10th? That was at 174. Look at that. We are right on the doorstep. So this is a very interesting situation for the biotech sector as a whole. You can look at this. Look at the XBI. They are basically identical. Well, no, they're not. I take that back. Why I think good. See, this is where an example of know what you own, right? So XBI and IBB. Wow, look at that performance differential. Look at that. That's so interesting. Here, let's compare them side by side. Wow, over the last few months, look at this. XBI down 14%, IBB up 9% since March. So interesting. So interesting.
Yeah, XBI has just been like destroyed pretty much.
Wait, are you in the XBI?
No, not at all. But we talk about it enough.
Yeah. I didn't realize the spread had gotten so wide between
Man.
these two. Nice.
What's the top holdings in there? And why is it different?
Let's go to my trusty research platform that
All right, and we do have Vivi with us in the background. So
What?
let's
Vivi
let's
alert!
let's
Vivi
bring
alert!
Vivi on here. The
Vivi
top
alert.
holdings in the IBB. Oh, that's why, because it's got Moderna in it. Duh.
Come
And
on,
then-
Spencer.
And
You
then
should know that.
the XBI, the top holding, I think it's more equal weight. Yeah, it is. That's the thing. IBB is 9% of Moderna, and the top holding in the XBI is 1%, and it's NTLA. Moderna is 1% of XBI and 9% of IBB. So
that'll do something.
that'll do it. All right, we have Vivi here in the background.
We do. Let's bring her on.
Bring her on.
What's up, Vivi?
Hi guys. I completely forgot my fridge broke and I had the technician here and I'm like cleaning the fridge.
You forgot about us?
And I'm like, Rohan calls me and I'm like, shoot, it's already 11:32. I'm sorry. So I am winging today because I totally forgot. So I still have my workout clothes on. You know, I'm as raw as I can be. I am even gonna tweet out that I'm on live. So let me just do this right now.
Vivi, can I show you? Can you look at the screen for a second? I want to show you something funny.
Tell me.
Oh God, is it this?
I love it.
Yeah, this is what we do in our spare time.
Oh, that's hilarious. You gotta make one of those for me.
Rohan, you heard her.
Yeah, we gotta figure it out. We gotta get you a green screen or something.
We gotta get one for me, like kind of like doing my dance, you know?
Yeah, that'd be good. Dancing is always fun.
So you guys want to start with the big day today for BCRX. I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, let me pull up that Benzinga Pro.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay, go for it.
Well, I'll bring BCRX. There we go. Right there.
Yes. So.
Oh, it is ripping.
Whoa! What interesting day it's there. What's going on here?
Well, people just want to flip for pennies. They got scared. They didn't know what the ER was going to be. So there was a huge sell-off, and then we had the ER. We beat earnings. The CEO even thanked the shareholders. I told you guys from the beginning, since I've been calling this at $4, that I'm not here just for their drug that's approved. I'm here for a much bigger picture of the Factor D pipeline, and he updated. He has, they have 4 potential drugs they're going to study. I know the one that is for PNH that's going to compete with Takeda's product, because Takeda, no, I'm sorry, AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca bought Alexion for $39 billion. So we already proved the concept. So the end of 2022, we're probably going to have a product PNH, and that what's going to get us to 50, 60, 70, 80, 100. So I told you guys for me, if the ER wasn't good, it was an opportunity for me to add. I'm here for the Factor D pipeline. I'm not just here for this approved, drug. But it's a start. We're doing really well today, up 7.32%. And I think that more and more we're going to get more upgrades. We're doing well. The launch has been super, super successful. And they're a profitable company now. So there's a lot to celebrate. And I told you guys, I have so much confidence on this company that I have broken all my investment rules. I have a 30% of my portfolio with the BCRX, and it's usually, I would have never done that. Usually it's a 10% max. So I have a really high conviction here. So
30%. Oh
yes, 30% of my I have pretty much 30% of my portfolio. I have 18,000 shares.
Love the conviction. Seems like Spencer's getting a little nervous, but
my heart is pounding right now. I need some coffee.
I know. Hey, I haven't been wrong about this one. I've been wrong about a couple others. ARDX is still It was the most slam dunk company I ever thought we were gonna have, and look what happened. So, but you know, you win some, you lose some, you know, and if you have a big win in one ticker, that makes it all for, you know, everything else if you lose in a couple others. But I've been very right about this one, and I'm very, very excited for what the future holds. And if we do have, you know, those 4 products, I mean, if we get bought out for another 39 billion, that puts us at like a $250 a share, you know, not even just 100. You know, with the market cap that we have, if we get to 39 billion market cap, that's going to be around over $200 a share.
Okay, I just want to. So obviously, you've been right. You're making money. It's great. But do you ever think about the downside? What you would do if?
No, I don't think about the downside because my average is so low. You know, my highest average in both of my accounts are $10 a share.
Sure.
You know, so my average it's low. They already prove concept. They skipped to phase 2 and going straight to phase 3. They already proved that, you know, proof of a concept. So even just this product by itself, we still at a $30 a share in terms of a potential for, you know, for all the royalties. So let's assume, let's assume the fact that it does not go through with it. My highest average is $10. So we're still worth $30 a share if you follow me, you know. Maybe it would be risky if I bought at $30 a share expecting just to make money off the factory pipeline, but that's not the case here. I got in here first at a $4.50 after the first offering, you know, before approval. So I am not worried at all.
But even though your cost basis is so low, do you have any kind of plan to prevent this from turning? I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah, but I just told you that we already beat earnings again. The product is selling. We have approved product. We're not here on a limbo trying to get an approved drug and we don't know if it's going to have efficacy. So it's already the risk, right? So we already have an approved drug. This is a completely different ball game if you were here betting on an FDA approval or, you know, even efficacy on a phase 3 data readout. Right here, right now, as just this molecule or Ordale, this company is worth at least $30 a share. So do you know what do you follow me? So we have an approved drug. So worst case scenario is we get to $30 and the factory is not, you know, successful. We're not going to go up to from 30 to 40 to 50 to 60. We might have a company that's going to be bought out, or we might have more things in a pipeline. But this is a very different situation, or we already have an approved drug and we're selling and we're beating earnings. So, and we still undervalue with the one product only. So that the worst case advocate is, wow, I made it only $25 a share instead of $80 a share, you know?
Well, the worst case would be when you wrote it up to 20 and then you wrote it back down, right? Wouldn't that be the worst case?
No, the worst case scenario would be we go all the way to 30 based on sales and based on all the royalties we're going to get. And then factor D comes and the drug is not efficacious. But again, I told you, they're already in phase 1, they skip to phase 2.
Okay.
So there's more. There's more than just one.
I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I'm just trying to think about the downside here.
Yeah, the downside is might not go to 100. It might just stay at 30, and we might get bought out.
Fine.
That's for me. That's the downside,
okay.
Because it's already having approved. Now, if we were here talking about a raw company that has nothing approved, nothing, just the pipeline at phase 1, phase 2. Yeah, we're talking here really, really high risk. And that's why for me, when I go and increase my positions, I usually have a drug that is already approved and is already making money, if that makes sense to you.
Okay.
Even with, you know, average cost at like $10, you'll have plenty of time to pull out of it on the way down.
Plenty of time. You're right. Yeah, plenty of time. But this is just the beginning. I think the next stop is $20 a share. We're going to have we still have waiting for more sales numbers in Japan. Is the second highest market for HAE, and we are taking share of market of Takeda. Takeda was the only drug approved for HAE, and it was in an injection, and this is for the first time we have a pill form, and we're doing great. So I am still very but I have a really, really high conviction. But like you said, Rohan, I'm not coming in at $17. I came in a lot earlier on. So I feel like.
Well, at what point, and you've talked about, continuing to add to this as well. So at what point do you think you stop adding to BCRX?
I'll be honest with you. I wanted to add it because I had the ARDX and I wanted to make it into 20,000. ARDX became a flop. So I think I'm staying at 18,000 shares. I think that's a very good chump change. I don't think I'm going to add any more here. I feel like I got to my full position. And like I said, I have some at a 450, some at a 7, but the highest average I have is $10 a share.
Okay. All right.
So if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, makes sense to me.
Yes. So, and then I wanted to update you guys because KMPH, if you can pull KMPH, people are really, really like worry about this. So KMPH, it's they just announced the reporting Q2, right? Q2 is not going to give a lot of clarity because we start sales in July of this year, which is Q3, right? It's still part of a Q3. Q2 ends in June. So, but what I'm hoping here is maybe we get an update of the weekly numbers, because companies buy the script reports and they know what the sales are every single week, and they know how many people are prescribing. So hopefully they'll give us some clarity at earnings, like, hey, we launched 2 weeks ago. So far, we're captured this much of a prescription. So for me, that the only thing that's going to move the stock is weekly numbers and Q3 numbers. But if we're reporting Q2 now, August, September, October, November is when we're reporting Q3. So it's just right now is a waiting game. And I'm sure a lot of people are in a limbo here because, again, my average was $4 here. So I took some off the table, but I left some. So my risk is a little less than people that bought at 15, 16. But I'll tell you, I told you guys, a lot of people left at 16 and are only going to come back just like they did with the BCRX once they can show that, the launch is being successful and this company is going to make, the money that they promised making. Now, the good thing about this is because their burning rate is $1 million a quarter because they pretty much are hiring out and they're just getting royalties for the sales. The overhead is really small here. Corium Health is taking care of all the overhead. So I feel like at this point, the risk, it's not that high because, they're not burning a lot of cash, even though they did take that ATM. They did some money raising like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I think what they did that is maybe to fund studies, or they have something up their sleeve. Why are they raising money if launching Asteris is not going to cost them any money? So that got me like thinking that if there's something going on behind the scenes, that's why they have all this cash left, saved. So that would be it. And then if you can please, Rohan, put it up as SESN. So finally moving up, going up on that PDUFA. I have to be honest with you guys. I have a PTSD after ARDX. So I am definitely going to take some off the table. I told you guys I don't go in phone position to PDUFA, but PDUFA here is just for you guys to put on your alert on your watch list, just in case, the day of approval, guys probably can jump in August 18th. And I feel like the probability of approval is really high. But now I don't even care how high it is, because now more than ever, I really thought ARDX was a slam dunk, and look what got me and some of you guys. So I'm not trusting 100%, but I feel like the company told you guys about this product is as safe as Keytruda, efficacy similar, but you also don't have to send your patients to infusion centers. And that's going to be huge, because the urologists are going to be able to, give that medication to the patient in their office. And they wanted to be able to treat their patients instead of sending them out. So I'm still very bullish on here for sure. And so I guess it's been already 70, 80 minutes because I was late. Any questions there? I have not checked.
Let's take a look at the chat.
Yes.
Is ARDX DOA, is that dead on arrival?
Yeah. So I'm waiting. I haven't sold anything because I'm waiting to see what the special A meeting is gonna do. They have a special A meeting, and I wanted to see what that meeting and what kind of studies. I mean, they are pretty much trading at cash value right now. So the risk here, it's very minimal. I don't think we can go any worse than this. And so why am I going to sell this if I know it's not going to go to 50 cents, because they have over $200 million in cash. So I'm going to wait to see what the type A meeting, what it's going to be. I know there's a lot of nephrologists really fighting for this drug. It's a bummer that, in April, they never mention efficacy or concerns in study. They just talk about label, and now they hit us with, now we need additional studies. So I am holding because I wanted to see what that meeting's gonna come out about. So I'm waiting for sure.
All right. Here's one from NOC. How are you feeling about SPPI considering what happened to ARDX?
Okay, so I'm still holding SPPI there. I like the data. I don't have a lot of it, so my risk is not as high. I decided to go really high on ARDX, and I broke my investment rules above 10%, and it got me what it got me. So I still have a very low, but I'm waiting for the approval. I feel confident on SPPI approval. The FDA is just being delaying left and right, but they have a drug for neutropenia that's going to be very important for patients that are going through chemo. So I'm still very confident on this. So I'm, like I said, I took some off the table and I'm waiting. But I feel like I told you guys, the risk now is so high that, as long as you know the dates. The problem with SPPI, there's no dates, right? We don't know when the approval is going to come. But as long as you know the approval dates, I feel like leaving a little cash side, some powder on the side, you can actually make money the day of the approval. And I feel like the risk is too high to just hold through it. You can definitely have that on a watch list. And when you get that alert, I usually put alert if it goes up more than 5%. So I got the alert right on I have an E-Trade alert right on my phone, and I'll go in to check what's going on to that stock if it goes up at least 5% on the day. So you guys can still catch on it. So I have a tiny little amount that I'm waiting for the approval.
All
for
right.
Sure.
There we go. Let's see. Any insight on RIGL? Are you familiar with that one?
RIGL.
Regal Therapy.
Regal. Yeah, I heard of Regal. I'll take a look for next week for sure. And what else?
There's any thoughts on ECOR, ECOR? They have ER today.
No, so my question to you, these you guys are funny. Okay, when you have a drug, a company that has an ER, with a company with a 99-cent stock or $1 stock, ER is not going to move anything. ER is only going to move a biotech company if the company actually produces sales. By the price of the stock, I don't think they have any approval drugs. I would not rely on ER for small biotechs that have no product approved, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Here's some more. Vaxart, vaccine for influenza being produced, phase 2 test for COVID pills showing positive signs to improve immune system. Okay, that wasn't really
Yes.
much of a question, but
I like Vaxart. I have a calls. I have a calls for August because I think we're gonna have an update. So that's another thing too. Calls for biopharma. I'm not gonna buy those anymore. It's just like anything gets delayed, you just get screwed left and right. But I do have a calls. I like that company, you know, and having something as a pill form is gonna be huge. But yeah, I hopefully we know what the dates are gonna be for the updates on the studies.
All right. There you go. Next one here. Okay, 2 people have commented asking for your thoughts on SELB, SELB.
I like SELB a lot. What are we at on SELB right now?
380.
380. Okay. Yeah. No, I like SELB. But like I said, I need you know, I told you guys, I've had like 10,000 shares of SELB and then went to 450. Then I sold. SELB is one of those companies that one day I am gonna, you know, buy again and then sell it and then really regret that it's a $50 stock one day. So I needed just to see what is the next catalyst. I would like to buy it back. But like I told you guys, the best thing that you can do to just stay invest in a company that you believe, but not really be, you know, that money waiting for that approval. It's really like you buy, and then when there's a catalyst, you sell half, and then you buy back again, because these companies are going to continue to do offerings, right? They're going to continue to do things to raise money. So SELB is definitely a company that I want to own long term, but I don't think we have anything sooner. So I just need to know where I'm going to check their corporate presentation and know what the next catalyst is. But I just wanted to grab some for sure. I like SELB a lot.
All right, very cool. Okay, so we have a couple of questions. Interesting one in the chat. This is more of just a theory one, I guess. Is there going to be any crypto based on biotech? Just from an initial thought, like I think there's definitely going to crypto slightly involved in the world of biotech. I mean, if you look at something like VeChain, could be involved in like the supply chain element of it, but specifically to the biotech, though, I don't know how I'd see that working. What do you think?
I don't know how would you see them merging crypto and biotech?
Maybe, I mean, there's no reason why any other coin could do this, but maybe something to do with regulating the price of certain, you know, pharmaceuticals or something like this and making them accessible.
So here's my thought process, and I'm gonna be honest, and you guys might think it's biased, but here's the thing. The reason that I invest in companies that have rare diseases, because, you know, something like BioCrest is all rare diseases, is because it's big money, right? Each drug goes for 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. And that's why they're doing so well, because their drug is priced like at 50 grand a year. The problem is, you're never going to be able, in Congress knows this, you're never going to be able to suppress drug prices if you want to see innovation, right? So I agree, if you bring in another cholesterol drug in a market, or, you know, a nasal spray or a sleeping pill, I feel like we need to regulate those. But really what that does is, it's really empowering companies to find cures and to really bring value and bring innovation. And if you start demanding price cuts, you're going to kill innovation. You know, unfortunately, this is a business to make money. What company is going to want to risk? You know, I showed you guys in my presentation, out of 10 molecules, only one makes the market. So there's a lot of risk involved in developing these drugs. So people don't understand the reason behind that it's really hard to contain price is because they wanted to incentivize innovation. And no company is gonna spend billions of dollars on innovation if they're not gonna get paid. If that makes sense, unfortunately. And unfortunately, we're the United States are the ones paying, you know, like Gilead had the HIV prevention, prevents up to 100%, you know, 100% prevention HIV if you take a pill once a day, just like you would take a birth control pill. And who is paying for, you know, to Brazil to get it for free, and then you have Indian is getting for free. Unfortunately, it's us, the taxpayers, it's United States pretty much pay to fund the rest of the country. Because why? United States, if you guys notice, are the only ones really spending money in R&D. You have Israel with a couple companies down there, but the bulk of the innovation is coming from the United States. So I don't see that ever changing. But I do believe you should, if your company is bringing another Me Too, they should be able to regulate price. Because a Me Too, why are you bringing the 20th antidepressant into the market? You're not bringing value, So that would be my opinion. That's the reason I don't think the price is ever going to go down.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's definitely an expensive industry to get into, and that's the fact that the companies are there to make money, right? So
yeah, they want to find the cure, but look what happened to Gilead, you guys. Gilead was pulling $30 billion a year, and what the investors did for Gilead? Gilead found the cure for Hep C, and there was no more patients to cure. So Gilead went from $30 billion, $120 share stock, down to the 60s, because they went from producing $15, $20 billion a quarter to $2 or $3 billion a quarter. So I hate to say it, but even the investors don't like when we find the cure, because we find the cure, we're like, there's no more patients left. And Gilead got hit hard. What is the Gilead stock at right now, Warhan? I think in the last 2 years it's been hovering around between 60 and 70 bucks. But just so you have, look at 69. They had a horrible acquisition. They acquired Kite for that CAR-T for $10 billion, and they haven't seen the money back. But again, they were a beast 6 years ago with curing hepatitis C, but they ran out of patients. So the sales declined.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think that's probably a good place to
And okay, yeah, it was
good for today.
Sorry, you guys, for the short notice. I just winged it today. Hopefully you guys thought the show was good. I was literally cleaning my fridge. I just got back from a workout. I'm cleaning my fridge, and I get a phone call. I'm like, shh. I totally forgot.
Vivi, don't go yet. I want to ask you about one more. Do you know BYSI? You know that one?
Yes, BYSI. That was ridiculous, right? I wanted to buy puts for that. Because guys, they didn't find a cure. It's just a short float. People take advantage of the short floats, and you have a catalyst, and it goes up so much. But I was thinking about shorting when it was in $40-something, and I ended up not doing it. But now these days, almost shorting is almost a sure thing when you have a catalyst, and these and nothing is holding its gains. So it's still at 22 bucks. It's not bad. But it's just a very, very low float stock.
Yeah, 22 million shares. There you see it right there. For what it's worth, Vivi, we talked to the CEO today. She said they don't plan on doing any offerings anytime soon. So there's that. If you're bullish, but it was an outrageous move. Right.
It was, and I had that on my radar for they had an MPC drug, I think, that competed with another drug. But yes, this was pure just don't hate what do they say? Don't hate the player, hate the game.
That is what they say. Yes.
Yeah. So it was just literally like very low floats. Let's take advantage of it. Look at what happened to ORPH. They took that to $77 with no news, none. Remember?
I remember.
So this is a great one to keep on your radar, because anytime there's news, they, the float is so small, we can push this back to $70.
All right, guys, smash the like for Vivi. Where's my fancy like button? Gimmick gift thing. I don't even know where it went. Smash the like for Vivi, guys. She joins us twice a week on the stream. There it is. Thank you, Rohan. Look at that. So pretty. Smash the like. Thanks a lot, Vivi. And
it was good to see you guys. Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you next Tuesday.
Get back to that fridge and
I will.
Make sure if it's running, you.
Oh my God. My son was a Sub-Zero, $987 to get repaired.
What? Wait, you know what's weird is the other day I woke up and our freezer had like popped open in the middle of the night. So I think we may have like killed our like.
Oh, I know how to do that. You know how to do it? You just take the thing out. That happened to my freezer, and you take it a blow dryer, and then you blow dry it and take all the ice out, and then it goes back to working.
Oh,
So you just have to take the coolant, like that whole panel from the back, and then just do the hair dry on a coolant, and that will go back to work.
see that? Come for the biotech, stay for the fridge stuff.
Yeah.
Fridge. Thanks a lot, Vivi. That was
Because when you leave your freezer open, that's what happens. It kills the coolant. So
Right.
you gotta completely take all the ice out and then turn back on, and it will work. I have done that. I'm a pro. I have done that several times because my kids always leave my freezer open. It's
all right. There we go. Thanks, Vivi. I appreciate that.
I'll do that and then text me. Let me know if that worked.
Okay, I will.
Okay, bye, you guys. Good to see you all. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, let's get Mitch back. Mitch is in mid trade right now. He's in a trade, and let's find out what trade he's in. It is a volatile puppy, as they say, and he's in a stock that I believe is it halted still, or is it? No, it just resumed.
No, it's starting to go down, Spencer. We gotta hurry up and put it up.
Wait, all right, give me ticker.
NEGG, baby, new egg.
Oh boy. Okay, walk us through this thing.
All right, so it came out of the hold there. We were watching this morning, and it did a little bounce there at like 12. But man, did it start ramping and going into 245 right there at around 249. It really started kicking off. Went into the first hole right at 251. Resumed at about 256 there, and really started taking off there. Started coming back. I took a shot here. I got in there. The average is around 22.25. Let's see if it holds here. I'm going to give myself towards about 21 on the stop out, but let's see if it can get on up there.
Newegg has been halted how many times today? Let's take a look in the Benzinga Pro and see. How many halts have we had on Newegg? Oh, just the one.
Just the one.
Okay.
We'll see if we get the two.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Big mover. All right.
I'll take a shot.
Watching closely, Mitch. Watching closely. No day trades for me today yet. There is still time. We do have 55 minutes.
Hey,
the day is
some
young.
money on Gush. Had to spend it, you know?
The day is young. The day is young. All right. What I want to do here, and we'll have Joel on in about 25 minutes to wrap up the day before we finally bring this marathon stream to an end, is I want to talk about the reopening trade, because I don't really know why. If anyone has any theories, let me know. But reopening trade is on in a huge way today. Huge way. Let me pull up all these reopening stocks, okay? Win. Boom. Up 8%. Okay? American Airlines, AAL, up 6%. RCL, up 7%. CCL is up. MGM is up. Norwegian is up. Live Nation, we talked about yesterday because they had earnings. That's a Booking. We haven't talked about Booking in a long time. It's an expensive stock. Booking is up. Expedia is up. All these reopening stocks: Las Vegas Sands, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, Alaska
SeaWorld's, bro.
I don't know. SeaWorld is small, but yes, 14%. Why does anyone have an idea as to why the reopening trade is all of a sudden here? Let's zoom out on all this stuff.
Rotation station, man. Rotation station. Isn't
Reopening
that what
trade,
it's always about?
Reopening trade has been so out of favor here. Here's RCL. Here's Delta. Here's the Jets ETF. It's been so weak. This just feels, and our feelings are not worth jack, but this feels like a rip to sell, does it not?
I don't know about that, Spencer. You know, we've been waiting to get the reopening trades back. You know, consumer cyclicals did take a kind of sideways action there for a while. The big question I would have is, do we get a sustained rally? Because every time we've gotten these rallies back up, it's kind of been like a 1 or 2 day event. So that's the question that I'll be looking into.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm just saying. It's a 1 or 2 day event, and then you sell it. You sell the rip. It
was a strong rip out though today. It was a little bit stronger than I think we've been seeing. You know, resorts and casinos, I didn't expect to see so strong. Also, I mean, you got some of these up pretty big. Penn up 9%.
Wins up 8%. Las Vegas,
MGM 6%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
man. I guess
look at
the
this Las
reopening
Vegas.
trade is not looking back right now.
I mean, it actually looks terrible. It looks okay today, but it looks terrible if you zoom out. So I mean, Dennis is in this Las Vegas Sands, isn't he? And we got MGM here. You mentioned Penn. Penn looks awful. DraftKings looks awful, right? I mean, it just feels like a rip to sell to me. I am very curious to see how we go into the close, like the last 5 minutes, last 10 minutes of the day here, whether we close strong or not, and how we hold these levels overnight, where we open tomorrow morning. Super important. This just does not feel like. I have no way of backing this up. It's just my own sense of just watching these things. But like, to me, what you want to see is not like a sudden, like for the trend to change, and from reopening stocks to really come back in favor, like long term over several weeks or several months. You don't want to see like a 9% rip on day one. You see slow, steady 2-3% days, and do that 3 or 4 times a week. 3 weeks a month, and that's how the trends change. It takes time. They tend not to
U-turn reversal, man.
They tend not to do that, though. They tend not. That's not normal. These V bottoms, like it was like LVS is like probably the biggest. Like V bottoms are not normal, right? It takes time to here. Haven't looked at CZR yet. How's that doing? Same thing, right? It's actually held up relatively well compared to the rest of them. But yeah, it takes time. You got to consolidate. You have to go sideways for a little bit. It takes a while, right? So I'm inclined to fade any crazy one-day pop. Like we're getting 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% pops across the board here. Just because I could just see them pulling the rug out tomorrow. That's just me.
I'm going to say stick to some of these names. Some of these names are going to stick around. I think you might see, I would agree with you on maybe let's say the airlines. I say the cruise lines probably getting hit a little bit.
So, because let me ask you this, Mitch, what has changed today from yesterday?
Okay, so at least from my sentiment, I'm still leaning towards gambling starting to finally get a little bit under its belt. I know. So at least in that area, I'm going to be paying attention. Leisure is the area where it's interesting. Like Six Flags had a great day. SeaWorld, I could see those stocks actually performing well in the next report. American Airlines, we haven't seen the flying, but are people going to Six Flags? Are people going to like SeaWorld?
I don't know.
Maybe stocks like that really do catch a bottom here.
I was asking a rhetorical question because nothing has changed from today from yesterday. As far as, was there any new announcements as far as like big, government headlines, things out of the White House with regards to anything related to COVID, Delta variant reopening? No, nothing. There's nothing new today that we didn't have also yesterday. Nothing has actually changed. I maintain, and this is what we've been saying on pre-market prep, I maintain that the market is worried a little bit about the Delta variant. Whether or not you are or I am is not really relevant here. The market is here. To answer your question, Mitch, I don't know how packed Six Flags is and SeaWorld and Disney. But has anybody announced that they're? I know a few businesses have came out and said they're pushing. A few big companies have come out and said that they're pushing back their return to office dates. I think who was it today? I saw a few headlines today about a few very large companies, I forget who, are pushing back the dates that they want their employees back in the office, which I guess is not nothing, but I don't know. Nothing has changed fundamentally here. I still think we're in a downtrend. Rips are to be sold, dips to be bought. General rule of thumb: this is a rip, and I might come in here and buy some puts on or sell some calls on somebody because it's juicy.
I don't know, man. I mean, there's not so much on the downside action, I think, that you could see here to get some puts, but because it's just a little bit of a bounce back. I think this is the starter move. But is there people trying to play a reopening trade and continue seeing that mentality? I think the mentality is there.
That's a great
that's
point.
why investors are jumping in.
That's a great point. How many people are stuck on the hopium trade here? They're underwater, not in jets maybe, but in like RCL and maybe they bought this thing at any point in the last
before that run.
5
if you
months.
got, you saw yourself in the green, maybe go up 30%, and it comes back to your entry. You saw yourself go 2% in the red, and then today you see it go green. You're like, yes, I'm loading up the boat. I found the bottom.
How many people are stuck in Carnival from February through June, right?
It could be happening. I mean, we see the downturn that these took. That's how you get stuck in a lot of names. When it doesn't give you a chance to get out. A lot of times you'll get bounce backs, but those were hard downtrends to the kind of the weekly supports.
So that was the first thing that jumped out to me when I looked at gainers and losers today. Is like all these reopening stocks were at the top of the gainers, just within the S&P 500. Biggest losers today is interesting because we have a lot of not a lot, some stay-at-home plays, right? You got like Etsy, right, which bounced back but hasn't quite regained all its losses. CAH, Cardinal Health, is your biggest loser today in the S&P 500. Cigna, actually, healthcare in general today is weak.
Yeah,
that may be. I wonder if there's a policy headline today. Cigna had earnings. So Cigna had earnings, and the guidance came in light this morning, so that's notable on CI. So that could explain why Cardinal Health and CI are both your leaders downward today. But you also got DXC. Oh, that's a different thing entirely. Never mind. I'm going through here.
Yeah, I saw some other ones there.
Humana.
MCK.
Yep. That's
McKesson. Healthcare plans also getting a hit too. CVS took a hit. UNH.
Healthcare is weak today.
HUM, Humana.
Yep.
They all took a hit.
Yeah. AMD, obviously, we've talked about that throughout the day. It's been weak. Robinhood is, I think, officially in the bear market now. It's down 21%. So run for the hills in Robinhood. In all seriousness, you want to see it hold. What was the open yesterday? 54.45. We'll call it that. Call it 54.45.
The Qs didn't have a bad day, but the hood, did it hold the? No. It doesn't want to hold the 60s. I wanted to see it close at 60. Remember, that was the level I gave.
Now you want to see it hold yesterday's open.
Yeah, now you just want to see it hold anything, right? I mean,
I guess what I'm wondering, Lucas, is I understand that vaccination rates are slowly getting higher. Of course they're getting higher because the vaccination rates aren't going. They're not going to go down, right? Because once you get the vaccine, you can't not get the vaccine. You can't undo that. So they're only going to keep going higher. But my point is, nothing has changed fundamentally that would justify the kind of move we're seeing today across the board in reopening trades, which makes me skeptical. That's my point. Anyway, okay. I also wanted to. How's your Newegg doing?
Honestly, I stopped even paying attention to it.
That's not good.
Well, we're just hanging out. We're still hanging out. It's just going sideways. It's starting to hit the view app. Let's see if it bounces here. Dun. I'll hold it into the close. It's not. I didn't open a big position.
Okay,
just a smaller one to see where it was going to go. I made some good profits though today in Gush. So
okay,
Gush.
Yeah. Recap that trade for us, so everyone who missed it.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yesterday we saw energy really take a hit, right? I mean, energy was the worst sector yesterday, and so I was looking for kind of a little reversal action, and we kind of saw that immediate pop at the open. Definitely more of a day trade, but whenever you're trading Gush, it should be more of a day trade. I mean, let's just be honest here. But definitely, it was a good little one. Right at the open, kind of catching it on a pullback and then riding it up to 66. I didn't get it all the way up there to 68, but hey, not a bad trade up there to 66. Got in at 64.14. Top shares were out at 65.94. Not a bad trade.
Very nice. I wanted to run through some ETF stuff real fast.
Yeah, let's go through that. What have we been seeing?
I wanted to look at some of the top performing ETFs for the best. I like to go back 1 week and 4 weeks just to keep an eye on, general broad themes. And if you go back 4 weeks, you look at your top performing ETFs, and interestingly enough, you see a lot of really random stuff like natural gas and metals, but also this one, Mitch, that caught my eye. So GU.
Ooh.
Now you know this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. The short D-SPAC ETF.
Yeah, the short D-SPAC.
Quietly, and I say quietly because the volume is light.
They also have the opposite way too.
Sure. Oh, sure. Definitely.
But I see you.
Yeah. Wait, someone made a good point in the chat about the vaccine rates. Yes, okay. You're right. I guess they can go down if infections increase at a disproportionate rate, but I stand by my comments. Okay. Moving on. So SOGU caught my eye, right? As far as your best ETFs over the last 4 weeks. Lithium LIT also caught my eye. That's had a pretty good month.
Yeah, that's
right.
For
sure. I'm just trying to find biggest winners.
Man, that was a good 2021 ETF. I gotta say.
2020 or this year?
No, this year.
Yeah.
Overall, I mean, you still had a dip, but I mean,
yeah,
year over year, that's still a nice trade.
Yep. And the last one that caught my eye was interesting. WEAT, wheat. The wheat ETF. Yeah. Grains.
Commodities, man. Come on, bro.
I don't know how much seasonality is at play here. I have no idea, but
is that inflation at work?
Hey, I don't. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
The wheat getting expensive.
Yeah. So
the wheat might be, but
we don't look at that one too often. And as far as your biggest losers over the last 4 weeks, I'm going through the list here, and I'm using a screener tool on ETF database.com. What's interesting is KWEB is your biggest loser, which is not a surprise. But you know what's so weird about this is the fund flows do not match up with the price. So in the last 4 weeks, KWEB is down, we'll call it 19%, right? Or in the last 4 weeks, KWEB is down 19%. But in that same period, it's taken in almost $2 billion in net inflows. So you got buyers coming in. You have money coming into the fund, net buying action. But because the companies in the basket are shit right now, obviously the fund has to go down to reflect that performance. But you have a lot of net buying activity. This is what happened with Jets last year, right? Yeah. Jets was getting destroyed because it holds its airlines. But all this way, the Jets was ballooning in terms of assets. It was getting bigger and bigger and bigger the whole way down. Everyone just wanted to buy the dip, basically all through March, April, May, June, July. KWEB has been similar, right? So I just think it's a very interesting dynamic where you get net inflows when a lot of people clearly just see a ETF getting destroyed and they think, oh, I'm going to buy the dip. So very interesting dynamic playing out in KWEB there. So KWEB is like I said, your worst performer ETF in the last 4 weeks. Basically, they're all Chinese. All the biggest losers are all Chinese companies, most of them at least. And then the other one that caught my eye was POTX. This is a cannabis ETF, not one that I own. I don't actually own any cannabis ETFs, but it is super out of favor here. So those caught my eye. It's been a while since I've gone through and looked at, on the stream at least, biggest gainers and losers on the ETF front. And so over the last month, POTX is looking pretty weak. Over the last week, your biggest gainers are small. Wait, no, let me go to the right place. Your biggest gainers are KGR, and these are non-leveraged ETFs. KGRN is your top performing ETF in the last week. Crane Shares China Clean Energy ETF, go figure. Okay, so we have a China ETF up there. The Credit Suisse S&P MLP ETN, so MLPO, talking master limited partnerships, energy, midstream companies. MLPO is having, there's no volume there, but all right, no volume there. Super illiquid. What else? Germ. I bet you Germ is just Moderna. Germ's time to go. Look at the breakout in Germ.
Germs, bro. That's the Delta run right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Makes sense.
We call that resistance right there on Germ. And the other one that jumped out to me was over the last week. RIGZ Rigs. This is interesting. This is a crypto mining and semiconductor ETF. So it's just AMD basically. And when I say just AMD, I mean that's AMD is why it's ripping higher. So, or at least one of the reasons. So anyway, I like to do that ETF review every so often just to keep an eye on general themes, because you can get one ticker, right? Rigs, in this case, Rigs, and we can go look and see what's in Rigs and then go from there, drill down from there. So all that being said, I'm going back to my scanner tool, and I'm going to keep this open pretty much for the rest of the session. See how we move into the close. And before I bring Joel on, he'll be on in a few. Before I get Joel on, I want to do one more crypto update, if we can, in the next couple of minutes. I'll do that real quick as soon as I can get my heat map up. Where's my heat map?
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, I found it. Crypto solidly, and we went from being, every time we looked at this heat map today, there's been less red on this thing.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
I gotta start saying that. I'm seeing the change.
It's been a good day for ETH. Good day. Bitcoin was red this morning, not anymore, obviously. All the major cryptos in the red. I'm sorry, in the green, with the exception of Doge, which frankly, who really cares?
What
about Doge? ADA, you got XR, even XRP really is green. So
I guess the Doge love is gone.
Well, it's 20 cents, so yes. I don't know. Actually, 20 cents seems high to me. I don't know. 20 cents does seem high.
Hey, well, I gotta start looking at some other ones, I guess.
You should diversify yourself in other cryptos, or buy I don't know, there's no ETF you can buy GBTC if you want to pay premium.
How can I do this?
How can you get exposure?
Yes.
I would honestly just go to your crypto wallet at whatever broker or exchange you use, and I would just buy Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I say that now because I already have the exposure. But if I was like, I also want to buy, but I don't want to chase. I don't know. I'm torn on this. I'm torn on this. What is the point of diversifying in crypto? Okay, can we at least acknowledge that the best place to be in crypto, it's probably not wise to have your entire crypto investment in Dogecoin? Can we at least agree on that? I understand that they're highly correlated, generally speaking, but Dogecoin has no purpose. At least Ethereum, Bitcoin, at least they have some purpose. I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. Reminder that our crypto update is brought to you by Voyager. get $50 in free Bitcoin when you use the code ZING on Voyager. Deposit at least $100 and make your first trade. With over 60 assets to choose from and annual yield earnings of up to 12%, Voyager is your launch pad into the world of crypto. So a good day for crypto.
Might have to check that out.
Good
Get my
day for
$50.
good day for stocks. Every index, every major index, solidly in the green.
Yeah, solidly.
Yeah.
But to tell you the truth, basic materials, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. I'd have to say that. That was probably the weakest one. But consumer cyclicals, as we talked about, monster day, energy up, monster. Technology, the Qs actually had a good day. You know, the Qs are pushing right now. So we'll see if we can get through 370s. That's going to be a big level for us, but not a bad day. Did you see that on the Qs?
I mean, we made a new all-time high this morning.
Yeah, I mean, can't be mad. The tech trade's still on. Looks like it.
The tech trade is on. The reopening trade is on. Go figure. I don't know. Where's the Qs? Let's bring the Qs up on my screen. Yeah. Are we at a new high right now? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We have held on to that new high. Man. Crazy day. All right, Joel will be on in a second, and we'll get Joel's thoughts on this market because, and you know what? At least breadth is not bad today. At least we are seeing more red. I'm sorry, more green than red. It's not as if it's been a repeat of the last few months where you get new highs and a lot of red out there, with the exception of materials and healthcare today, and some tech, right? It's a pretty good day across the board. So interesting. Very interesting. Yes, Mitch did go long, Gush, but he's out.
Yes. I took the. It's a day trade though. Gush is not something you want to be holding too much and just swing it, right? I every time I try to explain it, why the actual specifics is because it's a rebalancing and how that kind of works, but I'm not going to go into too much. It's mainly meant for leveraged day trade.
All right, it is 3:30, which means it is time for pre-market prep at the close. All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
Three consecutive highs, open, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
Joel, please tell me, I hope you agree with me. I'm trying to tell everyone why I'm not convinced in this reopening trade today. I'm not convinced in the slightest in the reopening trade today. But you see the charts. You see what's happening.
Well, first of all, you sound tired, Spencer. Have they had you on all day?
Maybe.
I can tell, man. You need some relief. You need some energy.
Thank God you're here. All right.
God darn it, as opposed to Spencer in the morning. Happy Thursday. Happy this. It's kind of, but no. Okay, what chart do you want? Do you want me to do the rundown, or do you want me to
do the rundown first, and then let's get to this reopening stuff?
Okay. S&P futures, man. You nail the numbers. Sometimes you nail the numbers. Sometimes you don't. That all-time closing high, that's the high so far, but we may get a last push in the final hour ahead of the jobs number. Crude bounced up 83 cents to 68.98 after a 3-day shellacking. Gold clinging to 1,800 at 1807.20. Silver, that's down about 28 cents at 25.18. Bitcoin, what happened to Bitcoin? That's a big turnaround. $4,000 move, up 1440, up 41,000 at 41,280. Ethereum, that's up $115 at 26.16. Ethereum has been the leader on this move. And did you see Ethan Allen change their symbol because they don't want to be confused with Ethereum anymore?
For real? We talked about this like a week or two ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Did they really?
Yeah. They did.
Oh, ETD. That was yesterday. I missed it.
They obviously don't have the same marketing group as I have, because I would have kept it. So let people think they're buying Ethereum. I mean, I don't understand that rationale. But yep, new symbol for Ethan Allen Furniture.
Oh, that's funny. No, I didn't.
You want to hear a quick story about Ethan Allen?
Which one, Ethan or Allen?
The store.
Yeah, go.
When Emily was about 2, she used to carry a swimsuit with her everywhere she went, and goggles, no matter what.
Okay.
And this little baby, she had baby. And we went to this Ethan Allen store. I don't know where the hell it was, but it wasn't close. She left it there. So we drove all the way home, and we realized we didn't have her swimsuit, goggles, and baby. And I'm telling you, I don't know where this Ethan Allen was, but I had to drive all the way back there to get that. So whenever I think of Ethan Allen, I think of Emily leaving her stuff there. So that's not a trading story, but that's a story nonetheless.
Okay, so let's talk reopening here. You look at your gainers, you see what's leading it. Oh, whoa, look at this. You see Wynn, you see American, you see Carnival and Royal Caribbean and MGM and Las Vegas Sands and Booking.com. And United Airlines, holy Delta, oh my goodness, is every reopening stock up today? It seems like it is. Joel, I'm not convinced. Either convince me or agree with me.
Well, I think that Dennis and I have to take full responsibility for that today because of how bullish we talked on Uber this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that, man. Look at this. I marked it too. Did he show up on this chart? It's not. My lines are off. Oh, because I don't have the pre-market action. Hold on 1 second. Boom. Oh, this does not. Why is this not showing this? Maybe I need to make it bigger. But this is when we were talking about it on the show right here, trying to get $40. So here's what I'm at without getting, super political or anything. I think that even if we do have a resurgence, nothing's going to happen the same way. So I don't think we're going into lockdown, right? And I did have a good call on Fastly. Thank you, Susan. That just took a little longer to develop. So I just think it's going to be different. And I think a lot more people are vaccinated this time around. I just, even if this variant could turn out to be not much. And it's just, we're not like I said, nothing happens the same way. I don't think we're going to a lockdown. I don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic here. And I think people being optimistic also, I mean, at some point these things gotta, have a rebound. I mean, this Uber, I mean, it was almost $65. It comes back down to 40. You're not quite buying. I don't know where it was. Guess what its biggest month ever was, Spencer, for Uber? Just take a guess.
For the stock?
Yeah, the month. What month do you think it had its biggest move to the upside ever?
If I had to guess, February, January?
Come on. I know you're tired now, Spencer. I should come down there and yell at you.
Uber?
Come on. It was last year.
Oh, was it like August, July?
No.
No? Uber?
What would be?
It was when the vaccine. It was
November.
I just looked it up. It was
Oh, you looked it up. You cheated. So I mean, that's my take on it. For whatever.
I said January, February. I was 2 months off. Give me a break.
Yeah, but you had to look at November.
Okay, in my defense, the all-time high was in February.
But I didn't say the all-time high.
I know, but I'm saying I wasn't. Okay, forget it. I wasn't.
We're talking about reopening trade. We're talking about a catalyst, and we're talking about the virus.
Okay.
I'm not going to. You know what? I'm sorry for yelling at you. You're tired. You get yelled at enough. I'm not going to yell at you anymore unless you do something really stupid.
All right, fine. What was I about to ask you about?
Okay. Well, let's look at these other reopening trends.
Yeah. Let's look at. I mean, wait. On the Uber thing for a second, though. I know you guys are bullish on it, but I didn't get the sense, or maybe I just forget. Dennis typically doesn't like buying these things day of.
So. He did.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow morning.
I could cancel my order at 40.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't want it if it goes back down there again. The reason is because we were pretty confident that pre-market low was in, so that it wouldn't get back down to that level. So we watched the open. We talked to you guys all the time about opens, and it opened at like 40.5, and then it came down. It came back through the open. So he had a reference point, and so I don't know what his exact price was, but he doesn't always do that. But just the way this thing got shellacked, the way it got beat up, on the lifter, it just seemed like a little bit overdone. So if he would have bought it and it went down, then he would have said, "Oh, I shouldn't have struck on the first day." But that's just trading feel. It's hard to get. Hey, I see Jay. I thought you said Jay was on vacation.
No,
I see Jay. I see Jay in there. I thought you said he was on vacation.
No, spinner.
Yeah. The hood. I was thinking about this one, and I was going to tweet, but I don't want to. Tweeting. Whenever I make like an error or something, Dennis gets really mad at me. Spelling error, and so do you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think about the concept of 98 million shares?
Yeah.
Being sold 4 days after or 3 days after the IPO?
Yeah.
I mean, if they bought it in the private market, what kind of profits they were sitting on. So to me, and I haven't been following it today, but you caught a lot of people long, and that's just, to me, when the people, they were just sold out. I mean, it wasn't 9 million, it was 98 million by multiple people. So, what I was going to tweet out was, this should be an interesting day in Robinhood. We should mark this day down because it was a big insider sell. And we know that people sell for different reasons. These people sold because maybe they think that stock was just way, way overvalued. That's it.
Let's not forget the IPO price. Okay. Let's not forget the IPO price and the opening price are the same. $38.
Yep.
Don't forget that. Keep that in the back of your head.
Man, some people are getting baked in this one. Let me I'm not going to do technical analysis on it in earnest yet, but giving back half of that move. I don't know if you're going to fill the gap. I don't know where this is going, but boy, offerings. I mean, you could write a book on like offering. Yeah, no lockup. What's the deal with that? Oh, it was like a secondary. So it wasn't, it was just an offering. That's interesting. I
don't know the ins and outs of this.
Neither do I.
I'm sure it was all split out on the S1. I never looked that deep into it. It is
what it is.
It is unusual to see institutions, that were in prior to the IPO sell like this 4 days after the fact. Vlad sold some stuff on day one. I'm sure he's partially locked up and partially not. Not sure. This whole thing is unprecedented because also they gave away so many shares to their clients. So
actually the high of the day was 85 in that yesterday. Unless they was it 85? Did they scratch that print? Because Andrew said someone bought it at 84. Someone bought that thing at 85. Oh, Spencer, good thing you had your day trading hat on yesterday and not today.
Oh, you have to. Yeah, well, that's for sure. This is not for the faint of heart. This stock. So,
and you know what? Another thing. What? And this is just a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
What brokerage firm is going to come out with a buy recommendation on Robinhood?
Well, fortunately, all these analysts, they aren't all at brokers, right? So you can get smaller firms. You can get like a Wedbush, H.C. Wainwright or Anita.
I was just going to say H.C. Wainwright. I was just going to say that little firm.
A Stiefel, a Cantor Fitzgerald, right?
You call it Stiefel, I call it Stifle.
These are all firms without retail operations. So, but it's an interesting point that you bring up for sure. You know what I've been keeping one eye on just out of curiosity is the volume in RH, just to see if you get like a screw up, people trade the wrong stock. But like look at RH yesterday, right?
Wait, I just want to say, good point by Spinner. The ones that did the underwriting, that's a good point too. What did RH do?
I mean, just look at the candle. Kind of speaks for itself, no?
Oh boy, what are you talking about from today?
No, the daily, yesterday, the daily swell.
Yeah. If you have a pen, you try and buy 1,000 shares of that, you're going to get a little warning from your brokerage firm. They got to split that stock. What are they? They're crazy. Why don't they? They should split that stock. Anyways, interesting ticker symbol, hood.
Why?
But they got. I don't know. We just busted through 44.15, folks. We're going for that 44.17 high, I believe, from a few days ago. All-time closing high that comes in, or all-time high comes in at 44.2275, and that's it. We'll see what we can do today.
Earnings calendar for tonight: Beyond Meat, Zillow, Shake Shack, Dropbox. You can square off your list. Zynga, Expedia, Groupon, your big names. So Zillow, Beyond Meat, Shake Shack, Dropbox are kind of my top four in terms of interest. Tomorrow morning, Canopy Growth, interestingly, and DraftKings. DraftKings tomorrow. That'll be interesting.
Oh, did you see Penn?
It's the reopening. I saw it.
I gave one number in that, and if you bought it on the way down, you probably thought it was the stupidest thing ever. If you bought it on the way up, it's a different story.
Okay. What was that? I don't remember. What was the number? Help me out.
The former low of the move, 63.01.
Okay. Well, we turned around on a dime. For sure. Right. Anyway, drop your tickers in the chat. We'll take a look. Yes, Kadir, Penn did buy SCR. We talked about that on the show. Speaking of, actually, you know what, Joel? I don't know if you looked at SCR, but this was a very interesting thing that happened at the open.
Well, I just want to say 73. Is this number coming back into play again? 73.43. It's amazing. It's amazing that that number came back into play again.
Yeah. Pull up SCR. You almost never see this, right?
Let's see what happened.
Because you have like right off the open, right? Because everyone saw and they're like, "Oh, great, I'm out." They're getting taken over, and for that reason, I'm gone.
Yeah, and then that takes off. Yeah.
But you almost never see. I mean, that's what I think happened. I don't know, obviously, but you almost never see a stock go down at the open after getting it. Just
Penn went down.
No. I mean, the one being acquired.
I mean, SCAR went down too. I mean, that went down because Penn went down. It's called arbitrage, Spencer.
Maybe.
It's arbitrage.
Okay, maybe you're right. Yeah,
we gotta have Dennis. Dennis can explain this on the deal. It's part cash and it's part stock, right?
Sure.
There's a stock component, and Penn goes down, and the value of the stock component.
Yeah,
come on, that's simple math. You can't be on the all day stream anymore.
Okay,
you're too tired by the end of the day.
Okay, that makes more sense than what I was saying. Okay, never mind. Drop some tickers in the chat, and we'll take a look. Who we got here? We got AMD. I'm sure you saw that today.
Was there news or just? Oh man, I gotta remind me to clear my cash out. I don't have pre-market data here. I mean, it had a run from 90 to 120. I don't know how many standard deviations or what does Fari call them?
I don't.
What are those levels he calls them? I should know that. Boom. I mean, that's it. Just a little profit taking. First red candle. You know what that means. There may be some other red candles coming. So see if you get a little bit of a bounce. You might get a downgrade tomorrow saying, or they're going to downgrade it, but they're going to up their price target from like 75 to 95. What good does that do you? So just a little profit taking in AMD.
Hey, did you see Square today?
Did he give it back?
No.
Oh my gosh, that blasted. They like that deal. Forget the retracement, folks. Get rid of this. They like the deal. That's all I can say. Wow. What a buying opportunity on that. Boy, they can thank Kramer for that one.
I don't know actually why it blasted off. The other day after it reversed, the CFO was like on CNBC as that reversal was happening, but I don't know what happened today. Nike was trading higher. Still is trading higher, but it hit the high of the day. Right, again, same story. It hit the high of the day as the CEO was on CNBC today. That was like an hour ago.
Should we start when the CEOs are on CNBC? Should we come on and broadcast the price action?
It is uncanny how
we should do that. But anyways, yeah, Nike new all-time high. If you traded Nike from the long side, which you should be, keep an eye on 172. You got a pair of low or 171 pair of lows from the last two sessions. All-time closing high will be today, but keep an eye on 171. Ronnie Clark in the house. Perfect attendance for Ronnie Clark today. He was in the pre-market show, pre-market prep plus, pre-market prep with stock odds, and at the close show. He is my favorite person in the chat.
Is ZY? Yeah, that was one that was halted like 1,000 times today, right?
Oh gosh. Yeah. Ronnie, you shouldn't be messing in those stocks. So you're gonna get hurt. One day Ronnie's gonna be gone. He's gonna have to cancel his subscription because he's gonna come in long at one of these things. Be careful.
It was only one halt. It was only one halt. It felt
No, what happened to this?
It felt like more.
What happened? Did they spin something off yesterday? Or what happened to this?
Yeah,
this is weird. I don't know.
It was from Wednesday, and no, I'm sorry, it was from Tuesday. Today's Thursday. It was from Tuesday, and there was a negative headline about their issues with their commercial pipeline. They no longer expect product revenue in 2021, and they expect revenue to be immaterial in 2022. It's from the company, so it was halted for that on Tuesday. Caught a bunch of downgrades as a result of yesterday, and I don't know. Buy the dip. I don't know what to say.
I don't know. That's crazy. That's a crazy step. Yeah, that's crazy.
And ARK Invest bought some more share. They bought $2.5 million worth of shares.
Were they in before?
Yes, I think so.
Yikes. I don't know. Charts like that scare me.
Yes, I concur. Okay, it's 3:50. Here's what will happen. Joel will be on until 4. At 3:55, though, in 5 minutes, I do have to hop off because I am substituting co-hosting today for the Benzinga Cannabis Hour because you all didn't get enough of me. I know you didn't. So I might as well just stay on for the rest of the day, and I'm going to do that. So I'll be on for about 4 more minutes, and then Mitch and Joel will walk you into the close. Let's do some ticker time. Oh, GM. I actually did not look at GM for several hours. How was GM doing today? Oh, interesting.
I mean, someone's saying nosedive. It looks like up to me.
Yeah.
Inside day, way off the low. I mean, you did get a chance. I don't know. I don't know if you're going to see that low from yesterday. Tough. I mean, if you're playing this for a trade, maybe get a gap fill. I was looking for that on the day of the earnings. Wrong. But gap up to 56.61 if you're playing it that way. Hard to find support now with the way it didn't even come close to a double bottom or anything. I will say this one low, the old July 19th low. If you're thinking of buying anything and it gets near that July 19th low, you should note it because that was a big day for a lot of stocks as far as making a bottom.
Interesting. These earnings reversals, like Uber, we talked about it, or like EA, right, which was trading great after hours. open near the high, not at, but near the high of the after hours session, reversed straight away. He's right. And then like Uber reversed, EA reversed.
Did you see Etsy?
Roku reversed, Etsy reversed. I mean, these are it's just wicked. It's wicked out there.
Yeah, that's
Viacom. Great. Well, Viacom was quiet after hours, but yeah.
Actually, when I talked to Dennis, he bought Etsy and Uber, and I'm like, "Oh, you're hedged. You bought a stay-at-home stock, and you bought a reopening stock."
That's funny.
All right, what do we got? We got like, go ahead, give me a couple tickers, and then Mitch can hop on.
Let's take a look at. I'm scrolling through chat. Is that here? BHC is that's Bosch, right? Bosch Health. Is that right? Yeah, Bosch Health. It's like a BHC. Not a good day for healthcare, broadly speaking.
What was the old name of that stock?
I'll never forget Valiant.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I'll never forget Valiant. That's if you're not up on that, that's one of the great hedge fund sagas in recent memory.
Potential double bottom there, 24.91, 24.96. You got a level to lean on. Couple bad days, but you like it. Under 25. That's where you got it. That's what you got to lean on. Whoever that person on Twitter the other day that asked me about daily levels and why I repeat them, if they just listen to the show every day, I mean, the same situations come up in stocks and what we're looking for. So, yeah, like a buck away from there. I mean, if you think this is a big turn for Bausch Health.
Oh, NIO. You know what? These Chinese automakers have been holding up pretty well. NIO, XPEV, Lee, they've all been holding up.
Well, you heard what Biden said, right?
Yeah, the emissions thing.
Yeah. And making a push towards EV.
Right.
Biden, you're late to the pre-market prep show, and Gene Munster and everyone else has been looking for EVs. But wow, Hood is still getting slammed. Holy mackerel!
I was watching yesterday's open. Where that's gone.
So. Oh my God! Oh, did we? Took out yesterday's low too. Well, you got to be thinking about a gap fill in this thing. Holy mackerel. Where are you, Reddit? Where are you, Wall Street Bets? Get in there. Get in there and buy.
Interesting that Hood is at the low of the day. AMC is near the high of the day. I wonder if that's a pairs trade. GameStop, not so much. Just because I said so. But AMC.
Ooh, matching rate. Yeah. I like
Hood,
that.
You pair trade that, right? You buy one, sell the other.
No keeping this market down. We are now going to hit that all-time high in the S&Ps. What do I have on my sheet? 22.5. I keep giving you the wrong number. That's your next target, 4 points away. We could be there pretty quickly.
Someone asked about a Cook. This is Traeger.
Ooh, yeah.
Interesting. And Weber IPO'd today, and their IPO was light, right? They
really?
Yeah, they downsized it. They downsized the price and the number of shares. So that's WEBR, but Cook is I would have thought would maybe move with it, but it's up 5%.
Yeah, it's still I still like it. I mean, who doesn't have a Weber grill? Everyone has a Weber grill.
I don't, but that's because I don't really. I have like a.
Well, you live in an apartment, Spencer. Right. You're not allowed to have a grill.
But I have a George Foreman.
You do?
Of course.
Yeah, we don't have one of them. We got everything else you can cook on, but
it's a lean, mean, fat grilling machine. Of course, I have one of those.
I got it. All right, I'll have to. I don't think we have any more room in the cabinets to put any more cooking stuff. Lisa has pressure cooker, this, that, everything under the sun. That's what a pandemic will do. Oh, actually, she had a lot of that stuff before. She loves to cook. She's a great cook.
Hey, real quick, marathon MARA ripping here. New high of the day just now.
MAR?
MARA, Mara.
Oh, Mara. Well, look at Bitcoin.
Okay.
There you go. I mean, busted out over 30. Boom. Yeah, there you go. There's your correlation. A little bit late to the game, but interesting move.
Here's what I think is happening here.
What?
Marathon. So there's this headline out, right? Fidelity bought like a 7% stake. Like four Fidelity funds bought like what amounts to a 7% stake in Marathon. I just want to clarify. These were passive stakes. These are 4 index funds from Fidelity's like the king of passive stakes, right? These are 13G filings. It's not as if Fidelity is like putting planting their flag on Marathon here. They have 4 large index mutual funds that all bought Marathon, and I'm seeing that headline out there as if it's indicative of Fidelity, being bullish Marathon. It's not. It's not. These are just passive.
It's the bots, man. The bots don't think, Spencer. They just buy or sell. Fidelity's buying Bitcoin and Mara. Oh my gosh, that might even be what moved Bitcoin today. If you're looking for a catalyst.
I'm not going to say no, but I certainly hope it's not.
Hey Spencer, if you got a hop, I can handle this crowd for 3 minutes on my
All right,
own.
everyone, be nice to Joel. Okay, I will see you guys on the Cannabis Hour in like 2 minutes. Be nice to Joel.
I can drive. All right, folks. Now that Spencer's gone, we can have some fun. Give me some tickers. ARCT ripping. Never heard of the stock. Full disclosure. Had that big up day, down day, battle at 54. Now it holds 54. Yeah, maybe go back up and test that high, but I'd even keep an eye on 54 tomorrow. Old time closing high in this one was probably made 58 and a quarter. If you're looking for another target, 58 and a quarter, boom, over 44.20 in the S&Ps, buying them into the close. They're bullish that jobs number tomorrow. What else do you guys have for me? Oh my God, now you guys are really, oh boy, you're hitting me with a lot of symbols here. Good one, Iron John. Joel, no, that's not a ticker. If it did, it'd be very high priced. Let's see. Square, I'm not already talked. Penn, I don't even need to look. I don't know where it's at, but 73 is the big number. Bingo, BNGO. I'm just going to try and rapid fire these folks. Moving up, nice day, getting off the mat. Man, you got to get rid of that seller at 6:30. Look at all. Oh, that's on the 15-minute. Let me give a level for you here, and bingo.
Oh, I'm back.
What happened?
I got the boot.
650, next level.
They told me they didn't want me.
NVDA. Oh, we were having fun.
They told me they didn't want me, so I came back to you.
All right, there we go. NVDA. Oh, boom. NVADA, that's the last one. And then we're going to wrap it up here on this great day in the markets, up near all-time high. What else you can think about, NVIDIA? You just got to think about that all-time high. It's the only target I can give you. It was a double top at 208.42, 208.75. That's my target. In NVIDIA, no idea where to buy this thing at all.
I just saw Amazon told their office employees to stay home. Until early next year. That's not that bad. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone is now. That's the only new development that I've seen today as far as like pandemic related policy is companies are now pushing back their come back to the office deadlines.
You know what? I was thinking about it. Then you told me all those people went to Lollapalooza.
He's right next to me, by the way. He's breathing all over me.
Who?
The people who were at Lollapalooza.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Aaron, your COVID test better have been negative, man. I swear to God.
Oh my God. Aaron's sitting in my seat. Is Aaron sitting in my seat? That's a yes or no question.
Joel, you haven't been in your seat in a year and a half.
It's still my seat.
All right.
Now I know.
He says
I know where I stand. That's okay. All right. I got to go.
All right, everyone, smash the like. This stream is going to end. Can you believe it? We only had 5 hours together. It felt like not that long. Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for this stream. The Cannabis Hour is going to go live right now. Let us know what you thought of this. If you thought this was more fun, less fun, an equal amount of fun, I'm very curious to hear your thoughts. So you can tweet at us. You can shoot us an email. I would probably prefer an email. It's probably the best way. shows@benzinga.com. Send us your feedback. And we look forward to hearing from you about that. Smash the like button, guys, all day stream. Maybe we do this once a week. Maybe we do it more. I don't know. We don't really know. We're kind of figuring things out here, but thought we would try something new because we hadn't done an all day stream for a while. So it was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I need some coffee, But the Cannabis Hour is starting live right now, and we'll see you there.